Hello,
Oh
live.
no!
We are here with our latest news crew
But
from
can I
Vegas.
be dead?
Hello, infidel.
Everyone, make sure you go check out Mr. www.khadroth. Be sure to use primes because they are free.
You're not free.
Check
Paying
out
for
Mr.
them.
Y305.
Listen, all I'm saying, chat, consider this, okay? Imagine. No, we're not pondering
Imagine
the orb.
Dragon.
We are farming. We are alarming. Are making sure that we stop crime in every single capacity.
Don't listen to him, chat.
Stop crime. We're gonna stop crime. We're gonna save Gotham.
Look,
We're
Look,
we're gonna save New Gotham City.
but you see, if there's the only way to stop crime is to make nothing illegal.
You know what else is funny though, John Lee? If he really loves the art, but you know what he should change about it? He should change the gun markings to Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305.
oh yeah, Fireball.
I can't tell. The images were.
Yeah, the image is. It doesn't
Which
say Mr.
means
Worldwide, Mr. 305. I can tell you that.
they go to the Aurelia Art channel.
Quick, someone Photoshop it so there's Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305 in the front.
Glock 19 Avstria 9x19.
Sorry, you have a 9x19 wooden board colored black
Or is it
with
9x18?
on it. 9x18.
I can't tell. Her hands and her trigger fingers.
I was about to say, Bob, what is 9mm?
Later.
All right.
It's a
So
Browning.
All right. So who here in chat understands what it means? Cad bonk. We're bonking Cad tonight for the things he's about to say. Damn Cad bonk.
Don't listen to him, chat.
Listen, chat. We'll just bonk Ash instead.
No, don't bonk me. Bonk.
It's okay to do mod abuse against Ash.
Hold on. There is no mod abuse here. Hold on.
Use the
No,
mod.
no.
Do
Let
it
him
now.
cook. Let him cook.
Hold on. Hold on. Bob's cooking. Bob's cooking. Hold on.
I am cooking. Making a pork chop.
Pork chop.
Yes.
I mean, that fucked me up a good pork chop.
No, I'm gonna serve it with some pasta marinara.
Some what?
Pasta.
Okay. You cut out on my end, so it sounded like you said a very disgusting word.
What, a banana sauce? Not a heat.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa. Hold
I
on.
thought you
no,
said
Ash's
puss.
Listen, at least it's just a banana flashbang.
Ew. Bruh. Why? Why?
Muffin button.
I don't know.
No.
Why did you look at it? Wow.
What are you looking at now?
You're the one playing WoW, not me.
I'm not playing WoW.
Playing WoW.
I'm playing WoW.
Playing.
Playing FGO.
Or like FG, no.
The critically acclaimed game called Fate Grand Order. In fact, it is the same game that a streamer is streaming right now.
I don't believe you.
You have no proof that he's currently streaming it.
I am currently streaming FGO, yeah.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe.
Listen, if you were streaming,
What do you mean I'm not currently streaming FGO? I'm literally
See,
streaming FGO.
you're not live on Twitch.
all I had to do was believe.
I'm literally streaming it.
You're literally not.
I'm literally streaming it to my TV. It's on my
Oh,
TV.
fuck
Enjoy
this.
it.
It's on my TV, man.
Okay, they were going down the Scooby-Doo route, so I knew I had to pull out. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I just got the tweet live. Do me that favor. Go give it some love. And let me grab you guys today's sauce. She tired? She yawned? Did she yawn? Do I have a yawn in there? I don't remember. Of course, they're S tier, because as you know, the S tier stands for shit. Okay, I'm just joking. Anyways. An offer for chat, new sub, and gift sub purchases before October 31st at 12 p.m. PT unlock 3 months of Discord Nitro. Terms apply. Okay, hold on. Before anyone subs, let's take a look at this. Either a new recurring sub or a gift sub on any monetizing streamer's channel. Okay, yeah. So, if you guys gift a sub or purchase a new sub, you guys can get 3 months of Discord Nitro. It's actually a smart collab. I'm surprised it took them so long to do that. Oh lord, she spinning, she do be. Okay. Here we go, chat. Whee! Did that do it? I'm not sure if it did it. Okay, it did it. But I don't have my bot open. Give me 1 second. Night destroys the day. There we go. Okay, it's working. How is chat doing today? I hope everybody is doing good. You guys can see I am in progress. Here is today's artwork. Yes, the Lotto document is coming out soon, you slackers. To be fair, this is actually later than we normally release it. Normally we have it out before now, but I have not been able to have the time and the energy to sit down and go over it with Avalon. So that's kind of what we had done here as of Monday and on, and should be ready to go. We've also got the melt news, as you guys know. So again, we're gonna have to talk about that because that's just gonna be a beast of its own. Just in time, got done with my shower. Nice. Lotto is coming. Time to gotcha. Yep. I mean, to be fair, we've been waiting on a Lotto for a long time now. As you guys know, our last Lotto was Tesla Fest on an A. Yeah, I want you guys to think about that. Our last Lotto was Tesla Fest back in March. It feels like this year has flown by, but also when you start thinking about that, you're like, oh my God, that was so long ago. So it actually has been a long time since we've had a Lotto now at this point. Even weirder still, because for those of us that play on JP, it has been even longer, as JP has only had 1 Lotto so far, and we're just like, what? Or sorry, JP hasn't had a Lotto so far this year, so we're looking at only getting potentially 1 Lotto this year. So that's kind of crazy if you think about that, but it's just kind of how it's been this year. And I can't say that I'm deeply upset by it, because as somebody that plays both servers, I was essentially ground out basically by the the two servers there. NA especially had gone through that same period of time that JP went through, where it was just gauntlet after gauntlet of grindy events. And it just took the wind out of my sails having to do that at the same time as JP this time around. Whereas when I did it on JP and we had NA, I feel like somehow it was just, kind of paced better and things weren't overlapping as hard. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, let's get her out of there. We need a 4-star ruler back in. That's not the right version. There we go. And then we need... Choop de whoop. I need an alter ego. Right there. So boom, boom. Actually, no, we normally do it like that, and then we do it like that, and then I probably come down here. Grab that. Yep, that looks like the appropriate party composition. I guess I could technically fit another 5-star in the back line if I so choose. So let me see. Do I have an unbonded 5-star at the moment? She's only 4 out of 5, so we'll go with her. Get Bakin in the background. We should be good. Lemonade, thank you for the resub. Czar, thank you for the 63 as well. Pion, thank you for the singular bit. And I think that's everybody as of right now. Hurricanes did not help. Yeah, it's just been one thing after another. Like today, I didn't even go into work today, chat. I ended up actually spending the entire day at home because I was told that the people coming to fix my fence were going to come from 9 to 12. And I knew it. I smelled a rat because they basically didn't put me at like the 8 o'clock slot, which meant that I was not the first appointment. And so sure enough, it got to be 1 o'clock. So already an hour over the latest that they told me. And I still hadn't heard from them. So I called them up. And then the guy like literally got checked on by the office lady. He shows up like about half an hour later, doesn't give any notice, just kind of calls me when he's outside, which I had told him, I was like, hey, give me some notice. Because back when I originally set this up, I was not expecting to be home. In the meantime, I'm glad I stayed home because holy crap, I would have never known when they were going to show. But yeah, so he showed up and basically I took him into the backyard, showed him the fence and everything. And he's like, oh yeah, you're going to have to get that pole replaced. He's like, I don't have that. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't have that? I literally was like, I talked with the guy originally that set up the appointment. I showed it to him. He put it in the notes. How do you show up without the appropriate part to do the fix? It seemed extremely like unprofessional and lackadaisical on their part. And that's where I was just like, good Lord, man. So he ended up having to go and get it. Thankfully, the place that I was having work on the fence is not far from my house, so he didn't have to travel too far to go get it. Came back, he fixed it. It probably only took him like 10-20 minutes. And then in the meantime, managed to like come call me to come look at it and stuff. And I go look at it and it's like, oh, okay, it's done. And finally like sign all the paperwork and get him gone. Look down at my watch and it's like, oh, it's literally like 2:40, and I'm like, there ain't no way I'm going into work. I'm like, by the time I get into work, it'll be 3 o'clock. I'd only get 2 hours out of it. So I was just like, screw it, I'm just staying home today. Like, there's just no point. It's not gonna do anything. Let's see. So I can only kill 2 per. That's gonna be a little bit spicy. So we're gonna keep trying to milk this for extra NP gain on the Valks. Did you thank the gotcha god? No, why would I thank the gotcha god for that? I wish I could stay home. Oh, trust me, like, it was nice to have the day, but like, it kind of sucks because it's like, oh, okay, cool, I'll just use like, a day off of work for this crap. So it's kind of annoying in that regard. I'm sorry. Whatever that was that just happened, no. No, that's not gonna happen. I can't use a day off. I think you're just gonna have to, Bob. You're just gonna have to mandate that you get a day off. Because like your boss physically cannot force you to work that long. They have to have somebody that can carry your load and somebody that can work behind you, basically. This is even weirder because I also have Dodge on currently, so I don't know what the heck happened there with Serby. We'll just try killing other enemies here. I'll see if I can kill the 45k. See if that results in some different RNG. Oh no, it still defaults back to him, so I'm still gonna die. It's just a death proc. What the shit? Did I miss the recording? Yes, you absolutely did. I can't believe you're so late to stream. My days off are soon, but the current crunch, yeah, dude, it sucks. It always feels like you have to go through the ringer to get time off of work, and I hate that. Dog randomly kills someone whenever it's not stunned. Huh? How the heck am I supposed to stun it? Well, whatever. Again, we're just gonna keep abusing this. Plug suit has a stun? Yeah, he's also debuff immune, so. At least he had the Wilds open beta to look forward to. Yeah, I saw you sent me that. Bob sent me it. So what, like, I assume they did their showcase, right? So what actually got announced then? Y'all don't mind me asking. What? Really? Is it random? Good God, man. Open beta, a new zone. New trailer, new monsters, new locale. 2 monsters from that new zone. Yeah, like, I get that they're probably trying to test stuff, but in a weird way, it's like, I'm not even sure that I want to play an open beta, because, you know, I get asked this all the time, of like, oh, Cad, like, are you going to play the open beta? Are you going to play the open beta? Why aren't you playing the open beta? And I'm like, because I'm going to end up playing the game and spending so much time playing the game that, like, I don't want to, like, kill the game for myself prior to that point. Gonna keep giving myself more NP gain, I guess. There's only 2 fights you can do in that beta, the Frog Ape and the Distorted Mastiff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I feel like you would just like make yourself hated after a while, because some people are going to go in there and they're just going to sit there and they're just going to keep grinding those 2 enemies over and over and over and over and over again. All right, chat. What the shit is this? That's not even random. Stop doing AoE? What, can I not hit him that turn? Attacking it de-stuns it. It insta-deaths whoever unstuns it. If you leave it with 1 stun left, one of the allies gets the insta-death. I just went into a 5 fucking AP note. Like, none of the fights have been hard or gimmicky until this one. Like... That's why I like, if it feels like I'm frustrated by this, it's because I did not expect to have to try all of a sudden in this. I did not expect that this was going to like require brain power and thought process. All right, chat. Now I feel like I'm being gaslit. I don't understand what this is. It already has no stun on it. No, it has stun on it. The dogs remove one too. Oh my god. So I'm just damned if I do, damned if I don't. And there's no randomness to it. He just literally deaths my middle unit every time. Cool. Feels good. And see, there's a stun. He's also sealed. I think this is a withdraw. I don't think I can do this with whatever the heck is going on. At least if I'm understanding the mechanics, this chat is claiming them. Try this instead. Oh my god, what the... Bro, what is that damage? What is that damage? That's neutral DPS with none of her steroids and I guess not enough attack power. She still was having some, but she is meant to be a little bit more of a like flex unit, like a support unit almost. So okay, let's try this again so that I can get past this fucking turn of doom. Like, good god. Oh, right. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. I literally can't card the... Oh, my God. No, what? Okay. I don't understand, but okay. This all just feels so fucked. There's 8 enemies. I get 2 per turn. Huh. It's still gonna take several more turns to deal with this, and I'm just... This is a CQ? Feels like it at this point. Huh? Whoever takes out the last stack gets insta-death. Okay, that I can work with. Thank you. That is actionable info. Yeah, so that's ideal is doing it like this. If you use a brave chain, you fuck yourself. If you use two disparate cards, you're fine. Oh my god, dude. What's the win condition though? Like when all the side ads are defeated? And then I draw the worst possible hand. Oh my god, dude. Pray for crits, but it's probably not gonna work. Yeah. Bro, what is even going on? There we go. Good God. Yeah, no, I got like absolutely blindsided by this node because I was trying to talk to you guys. I don't even remember what the hell I was saying because all of a sudden the enemy just keeps death procking me. Like, wow. That was just a dick move of a node. Like I said, this event has been a pushover prior to this. There hasn't been anything even remotely challenging. And then it just threw that in your face. It's not like that wasn't defeatable, but like, what? Talking about the unprofessional fence fixer, monster hunter. Yeah, so... No, so all I was saying is that like some people will keep going in and like refighting those same two fights. And then, so mark my words, okay, chat? I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this right now. I will not hunt with anybody that goes, oh, I don't want to fight those two monsters because I fought the shit out of them in the beta. If you're one of those people, I'm not hunting with you. And the reason why is because you're just being a pain in the ass. So it's like, it's fine for people to play the beta and enjoy it, but if you exhaust it, if you play it like there's no tomorrow for just those two fights, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not dealing with those people. Because I've had the same problem happen with like basically any of the other monster hunters that I played, where people are like, oh no, I don't want to do low rank. No, I don't want to do low rank. No. Why? Oh, because I had to do low rank so much. And I'm like, okay, I guess I just won't do low rank ever. Oh wait, I have to? Like, so like I said, that sort of thing just begins to piss me off, where it's like, okay, I guess you just don't want to play with your friends. But no, that's why. That's exactly what'll happen again. And it'll be people that are like, I just don't want to do those two fights because I refought them a million times. through my own volition. It's the same issue that you run into with like song request, where anytime someone song requests a Fate song, somebody tries to skip it, and the reasoning is I've heard it a million times, and I go, that's not my fault. It's like, if you've heard it a million times, whose fault is that? You have listened to it a million times. It doesn't mean everybody else gets to have it ruined for them. Exactly, you did that to yourself. It's like, I respect your desire not to listen to it, but unfortunately, you might have to mute the stream or leave the channel at that point. Don't burn yourself out on a song, right? And look, don't get me wrong, I'm somebody that listens to songs over and over and over again myself. It's just, usually I listen to them where they like, to the point where they don't have like as cathartic of an effect anymore on me. But I don't play them to the point that I'm sick and tired of them, right? I just go like, oh, okay, now I feel like a new song, and then I switch. So it's like, I don't understand hearing something so many times that you're like, I can't stand hearing it anymore. Unless it was something that already to begin with you didn't like, right? I feel like there's plenty of songs like that out there where you're like, oh my God, I hate this song. And then it just keeps getting played on the radio. That's a different story. I love to do low rank, if only to remember some basics. Yeah, exactly. Or just watch on YouTube, no music here? Precisely. We'll talk about the melt buff here in a minute. There are days when I listen to the same song for my entire shift at work for 9 hours. I have done that myself. I don't normally like to do that, but I have absolutely done that myself. I will unashamedly admit to it. Or maybe shamefully. I'm not sure whether or not that's shameful or not. They played it to death in my high school. Yeah, I think that's a different story. Like, when you get forced to listen to something over and over again. Like, I know Trubs. So, for instance, and one of the ways that you guys can trigger Trubs, if you ever go into a stream, is to try and play Christmas music. I won't allow you guys to play Christmas music prior to, like, Thanksgiving, right? That's just how I've always been. But you want to trigger Trubs, you can trigger Trubs with Christmas music. And the reason why is because Trubs works in, as many people do, a service industry job, and he constantly hears Christmas music during that time of year. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, if you're one of those people, oh, God damn it, I didn't stagger the cards. Hold on, chat. I actually have to redo that if I want to not have this turn into a 7 turn. But yeah, it's like, if you're somebody that works retail at that time of year, you know, you sit there and like, you're in the store, you're working long hours, things are frustrating because the stores are packed, everybody's shopping, everyone's trying to get shit done, and you are constantly listening to jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. So it's like, I think everybody and their brother loves Christmas music until they've had to hear it a million times over, right? Like, that's where it's like, okay, I kind of understand. Well, now I see why I didn't stagger the cards. Bless the rains down in Africa. Well, I just don't want the rains blessed down in Africa because they obviously result in hurricanes. Is there a Kid Gill Christmas song? I don't think so. My condolences to Trubs, yeah. So it's like, I respect that. Like, I understand when people don't want to listen to something because it's happened over and over and over again through no choice of their own. It's when it, like, again, I've had people come in and say like, oh, well, it gets played in every Fate stream. The thing is, at least in the Fate streams I've watched, the answer to that is no, it doesn't, right? Like, because everybody kind of feels the same way. So it's like, I don't mind a Fate song request every now and then. In fact, I enjoy the nostalgia kick of it. Like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I can't remember the last time I heard any Fate song on this channel other than At the Garden, which is part of my playlist. What if he played I Wish I Could Buy the World a Coke? Well, then would you put the lime in the Coke, you nut? I have to ask. Now, admittedly, chat, kind of chill right now on FGO on both servers. We're just in that like, hey, the event is happening. Like NA is at its 90 plus plus. I think JP, chat, is JP at plus plus now? I haven't had to do it yet, so I don't know if it's actually there or not. Yes, it is. Okay, I was gonna say I think I'm still on plus, so I probably need to do something to unlock it. It was probably that stupid note that I just did. But yeah, that's like, so at that point, basically both servers are now back on farm, if you will. Cruise control, yep. Music tends to sync in the background for in stream, and I usually never notice it. Yeah, I usually try to keep music at least low enough that it's not like blowing chat's ears out. They can hear me talk. They don't feel like it's constantly inundating them. But at the same time, I also like to have it on in the background just for like even the white noise of it, right? It helps me to have like music to chill out to. I'm drop shy of my second blue MLB. Jesus. Yeah, I think I had early on a green drop on NA, and other than that, I haven't had any since. My JP in the meantime has had like 2 drops of the whatchamacallit, the damage CE happen. Not had any CJ drops at all. It happens. I go through plenty of events where I don't get any. Yeah, this is what happens when I have to use Morgan's first skill on wave 2. Sometimes I have to, just due to not having the proper card RNG in the first 2 turns. And it's fine, I just have to NP again with a Squirtle. So it just turns into a 4 turn. I'm missing Lip right now in JPS for the Sakura 5 go. What are you talking about? You're also missing Violet. You're still missing one more. You only have 3 of the Sakura 5 though. No, she's in KD's NP. Lies. Rip my Lotto luck, Sag. Nah, I mean, I'm gonna say this isn't gonna impact your Lotto luck in the slightest, right? Like, C drops just happen. It is what it is, and at the end of the day, I think the biggest determinant of it is usually the strength of the node that you're actually farming. So if you're farming a 90 plus plus, you're way more likely to get drops than if someone that's out there like farming like the 80 or something like that. So the more time you spend on the higher level nodes, the greater the chances. I actually probably should have pre-carded there. I might have been able to get Morgan to the 70%. Probably not. It's what it's. I believe the proper term is it is what it is. How dare you use those filthy supremacist conjunctions? I was watching Prophet play MechWarrior Clans, and they were like, "No, you can't use conjunctions. If you do, you're some sort of like core supremacist or something." It do be, I see. Yes, it do in fact be. Higher level nodes are like 1 to 2% higher chance. Yep. And you gotta think, like, the more runs you do, the more likely that is to happen. Also, hey, what's up, CZ? How's it going? You, CZ, you gonna be playing the open beta for Monster Hunter? See, now I have to do this to other people since I know it's gonna happen to me. Because I'm gonna get asked 20 million times. I have to ask everybody else. If anyone says that to me, they are getting immediate detentions. But that's how it do be. Me am unsure. Why teach no like? That's the way. Preempt them, exactly. What are you talking about? Violet is there. You can see her for 2 frames. I like how we were just discussing rainbow drops and then chat cursed me. Why would you do this to me, chat? I'll just watch people play it because I don't have it. Actually, yeah, it's a good point. Do you have to pre-order in order to play the open beta, chat? I mean, I assume at minimum you'd have to download it, but like, do you actually have to pre-order? I hope not. So we don't actually know. Okay, give me all them serpent jewels. Give me all them Aurora steels. Give me them pages that are forbidden. Give me them horseshoes that are meteoric. Give me that spinal fluid that is mystical. Give me those chains for fools. Okay. We're doing okay now. Let's see. What else do I need? Oh, I didn't get all the Aurora steel. Interesting. Yeah, at this point, it's literally just buy. Wow, there's a lot of statues here. So down to Rider or Caster. We're just gonna pick up the Caster ones at that point. Use that to shore it up. I probably won't have enough to get the silver monuments. I'm actually running silver and bronze, which is weird. Normally I run bronze and gold on a final node, but I guess because I just like ran, I had like MLB gold early on. So because I ran that very early, I got way ahead of the gold. And it doesn't feel like there's as much stuff in this one that actually needs gold. Cad, you got the writer? Wait, what do you mean? No Man's Sky got a new update. Nice. Dio mentioned that in Discord. When was the last time anyone saw Dio here? There's my blue. Yeah, I'm trying to steal it. Pre-order gets a layered armor, though. But is it a good-looking layered armor, Bob? Or is it a bad-looking layered armor? You bought Rider Monuments. Oh. Well, it's fine. Wait, what are you playing, Zaruku? Oh, No Man's Sky. Yeah. No Man's Sky is like one of those where it's just very easy to just get lost in. My only issue with it is it becomes somewhat repetitive to me. Bob answered for us? What do you mean? Bob's not a real person. Accepting any MLB bronze and MLB gold stuff? Yeah. You bought Rider Monuments. You can't prove that. Dio has been to stream at some point. How do you guys think he joined the community? If you like the Three Musketeers aesthetic, the pre-order layered armor is nice, yeah. Well, and here's the real problem, chat. I suspect that will be the only access to layered armor you get until you beat the game. Play No Man's Sky while listening to an audiobook or podcast? I see. We have video evidence, though? Not if I delete it. Deluxe Edition has the samurai armor. Samurai armor. Now we're talking. I heard that apparently the Assassin's Creed game had its like early access canceled, which I want to say this. I'm happy that they did that. I have no idea why they did it, but I'm happy that they did that because if you guys remember when they first announced that they were going to have early access for that game, I posted on Twitter about it. I criticized it because it was yet another game in a long line of games where it was like, holy crap, why are we doing pay for early access? This is such a scummy thing for like a single player game. Like, this should not be the case. So to me, that sort of thing is stupid. I don't like it. I've thankfully gotten to dodge a couple of the ones recently because I've either gotten the key or just not played the game. But yeah, I don't like this, hey, if you pay, you get early access, and if you don't, you don't. Pay for like 2 to 3 days. Yeah, it's so stupid. To me, it's like, it's holding the game hostage. It means that the game is ready 2 to 3 days earlier than that, and they're holding it hostage for 2 to 3 more days just to create more quote-unquote value. And they're not. There's no actual value there. They're just holding it hostage on purpose to try and squeeze money out of impulsive people. Hell of a PR fiasco, but God, I'm really happy they're punting a lot of the stupid shit for it out. Wait, what do you mean? Like, I haven't heard if they're actually like removing stuff from it. You can thank Blizzard for the shit being so common now? Oh, absolutely. Blizzard, look, chat. I play WoW now again, right? Like, I like WoW. I've always liked WoW to an extent. That's still not going to make me like again, I play FGO. I love FGO. It's still not going to make me not criticize the developers when I feel like they're doing something scummy or stupid. And Blizzard is absolutely scummy and stupid, right? Like, yeah, I guarantee it. All this crap, like, you can look at Blizzard. Blizzard's usually not the first person to do it. They're just the person that, like, when they sit down and they add it to one of their games, it now becomes commonplace because it becomes a quote popularly accepted thing. Well, it worked for Blizzard, why can't we do it type of mentality? And it's like, yeah, that starts to get real dumb if you ask me. Okay, so this is an alter ego, so I'm probably best it's probably best if I just sit here and actually use a pretender to try and hard counter, because the problem with this sort of thing is going to be the fact that if I try to use someone like Kama, I guarantee this fight's going to have some sort of stally effect that's going to tear me a new one. The delay is supposedly to address concerns or something. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. I'm sorry. I don't believe that they're actually going to do any of that, right? Like, hey, people have been complaining about this or that or how this is represented. They're not going to remove any of that. I'm sorry. Like, they're too late in the game. They've done too much work. I don't see them actually changing the physical makeup of the game and like how things are handled. Maybe they could make small tweaks, but yeah, I think that's a pipe dream at that point. Tell you what we will do here, though. Oh no, she's already there. So wait, who was it? Oh yeah, it was Alter Ego. Put Shufu back in there. Monster Hunter Beta is nice, but will you play PoE 2 early access next month? Probably not, because I have no idea what the deal is with PoE 2. I have my eye on PoE 2, at least to an extent. Like, I'm aware of it. I expect that it's wholeheartedly going to be better than Diablo 4. But besides that, I'm also just going to say that I'm not somebody that's usually too obsessed with dungeon crawlers. I think a lot of it is dungeon crawlers get very just loot oriented at the expense of everything else, and it becomes just a total grind fest that is not even attempted to be disguised in a lot of ways. And that's where I just start to go yeah, I don't know that I care. Let's go with triple arts. Feels safer to focus and prioritize staying alive. We'll try to turn this into a pseudo invincible comp if we have to. I just get the feeling after that last node that this one's gonna have some stupid gimmick here. Like her instant charging. Her instant charging and draining. Now, did KD have Invuln Pierce in her kit? I'm trying to remember. No, okay. If that's the case, I'll just go back and I'll use her whatchamacallit. Lady Avalon's involved. Sorry, my brain. I don't know what the heck's going on. It reminds me, did Mr. Cad see the melt debuff? No, I didn't see the melt debuff. Yes, I saw the melt buff. They fixed Summer Nito. They did fix Summer Nito to an extent. There's still some things I'd like to see them do with her, but it's fixed more or less. Yeah, since everybody else is getting drained, this doesn't matter. I can't wait to watch as she just instant charges both break bars. Just as the extra spicy FU. As the, hey, why did you do this? I'm going to punish you now. Yeah, that was a 50% drain across the board. Melta has 4 buffs and C9 has 0 now. No, C9's had a buff, hasn't she? I think she's had at least one. Does she have 0? I thought she had a buff to one of her skills. Damn, if only that wasn't stunned. In the name of the moon cell, she shall punish you, is it? Yeah. Oh wow, it actually didn't clear. I don't have NP5 of her, nor did I throw on a Black Grail, so this is just extra spicy. Really, drain? Oh my god. Enough, woman. So this will not kill, but we will try. It's triple defense, though, is the problem. I have no idea if it's damage cut or if it's defense there. I assume it's actual proper defense. It still dealt good damage. So yeah, it will kill. Boop. And now we have to say things and curse you and run away. Baka. I own her. If she was buffed, I would sure know. No, I don't believe you based off that logic. There's 400 units in the game. Some people have all of them. Just because a unit got buffed doesn't mean that you would immediately know because you own it. Now, if it's your favorite, that's a different story, but... Yeah, I don't know why. I could have sworn she had one, but... Listen, I've been stumping for Seat Knight to get one for a while anyways. It's just, there are certain units out there in the game that are just very, very strong. There's other units that do feel like they're left behind. Seat Knight has always felt like that to an extent. The best thing that she's always had going for is the fact that she's arts, and that's not that big of an advantage at this current point in time, especially for a single target. If we're talking about like AoEs and looping or specifically a challenge environment, then yes, do feel like arts really gives a lot of advantages. But yeah, I think like if you're just trying to get like, you know, raw power out of something, all the card types can do that. So it's not that big of a deal. And it becomes more about, you know, again, other factors like do you need survival and stuff. Georgios has gotten nothing in 9 years. To be fair, Georgios has also been strong in that regard, so... Okay, there we go. We already got 93 of the missions done, so... I haven't really had to try for the missions on this one too much. There's the occasional point where I'm like, oh wait, what do I need to do to unlock the next thing? And I just, you know, go and do it. Alright, chat, what's this node? Since I have no idea, what is this node? I see there's Foreigner Rider and Archer or Caster, so it's like literally an alter ego node. An alter ego's wet dream. 312, 300k. Oh boy, last wave is 900k. Wow, so they really want an alter ego. This screams Tiamat. Beefy second wave. Okay. Can also cuckoo the node. I guess if you had a strong enough one. I'm not sure if I do, but they really want you to roll Khadroth drop. Listen, you won't hear me complain about that sort of thing, chat, because I do believe that that's how like things should be. I think that people should actually like try to incentivize you to get the new units, at least in the sense of like, hey, we're going to put a node in the event that would be good for that class to do, right? I don't mean they have to make it essential. I mean, like, yeah, it feels like such a waste for the like, hey, here's our new alter ego. What's the 90++ node? Lancers. And you're like, hold on, what? It's a nice bonus, exactly. People like Shiki Doman, yeah. Cuckoo approaches, we gonna try. Actually, don't really want to change that one either. Like Cuckoo can work? Yeah, we'll see. We'll test it. And if it's wrong, we'll blame Avalon. I don't mind testing something with Buster, though, because at least I know I won't have to deal with the refund issue. I do also have the damage C, so that is certainly something that I can do, although... Wait, does it have 50% charge? Okay. I was thinking that it didn't. That is not very much. None of them are actually bonus. Okay, let's test it. NPC is not that good this time around, I've found. As long as this damage bonus, like, it's not like I have to use anything else. Like, I just literally don't have drop Cs, so why not go for, like, max damage at this point? Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Chat, Cuckoo's going to be coming out literally in January of this upcoming year. This is a little bit of a preview for her. She does have some, kind of clunkiness with her skills where you can choose to spend stars to activate greater effects. And it's usually worth it on the first and third skill. The middle skill, not really for farming purposes. And it doesn't really matter how you spin the stars to an extent, because even if you unload all of your stars right there in the beginning, her NP generates a crap ton of stars, as you guys can see. Well, you can't see it, I don't think, but oh no, yeah, you can. So like, yeah, again, I have 50 stars here and don't really need to do much of anything else. I can also choose to front load my stuff here, like, because I know I'm gonna have Cuckoo's charge back and I have Oberon's charge, so I can go ahead and pop his NP damage up. So let's see how this rolls. This will be the real test here, but again, with the damage C, I don't think this is gonna be a problem. Hold the line. Ba-da-da-da. Love isn't always on time. Whoa, whoa. There you go. Easy kill, chat. And this will kill if this is Earth, this will absolutely kill. This is gonna kill the shit out of this. Whee! I found a non-plug team for the node, if you can find a domain. Yeah, I'd probably prefer not to fish for it, right? Just because I assume that the domain won't necessarily have like the MLBCs, even if I do find it. So yeah, no, this works. This is not a hard 90++ if Cuckoo works. But like I said, I don't care. I'm just using damage C because I don't have the Cs anyways. Deader than death. Yep. Is the KukulCon NP5? No, mine's NP2. So it's not an NP1, but honestly, I think even an NP1 could probably do it. You just might have some carding there in Wave 2. Like, again, I am using MLB of the damage C, so you guys can see here's my spec, my loadout, if you will. I don't even have Cuckoo's Append, so mostly because you don't need it with 50% C. So yeah, it's just a very straightforward, simple comp. It's just double K Sky Oberon and it go burr. It's also why when people tell me like, oh, hey, you need to be using like multi damage dealer comps, I'm like, yes, you can do that. Most of my compositions, I don't do that because it becomes a little bit more difficult for me to actually like leverage the composition in certain ways. If you have like a ton of units, if you have a good roster, it's not terrible. But my JP account, while it is not free to play, it has certainly been like a cheap to play account in a lot of aspects. So while it has good units and it has particularly some very strong ones, it doesn't have every single option under the sun. And it definitely can like lack the ability to go with certain compositions at times that would allow me to make the node easier. So yeah, it's like you'll see me hyper invest a little bit more into certain key units, and as a result, I still manage to get through the nodes. But it's also where, like, again, like you'll see me just kind of using a single damage dealer comp a lot because it is a lot easier investment wise to pull off. Usually multi-damage dealer comps will require you to have both units, and usually pretty robust at that. Key units equal saber faces. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, right? Obviously, playing to your favorites is a thing. If those favorites are strong, even better. If they're, not, it is what it is. But sometimes that can benefit you, right? So again, you can see mine did 512 there. I think of the prior one, it did like 470 or something like that. You only need to clear about 400. So again, an MP1 probably would do it. You just would probably need, maybe the occasional card if you got a super low roll. But I can't imagine that this is too bad. Usacad Saberface collection, cheap to play, sure. Suspicious case. Chat, when was the last time I spent money on JP? Anyone know? And anyone remember? Summer? Yeah, it might have been summer. I was gonna say, because like last Artillery probably, yeah, and it's like it is what it is, right? Like I'm gonna get MP5 of the Saber Faces, but outside of that, I don't know. Maybe I did it anniversary? Prior to anniversary? I really don't know. So it's like there's usually like certain key times of year that you'll catch me doing it. But am I like somebody that's sitting here wailing? No, not really. Like I literally will just spend money on the occasional banner, and it's usually few and far between on JP. NA, I'm a lot more likely to spend money. It doesn't bother me as much, and I kind of just go for it. General Lager the 62. CAD roll to you too. Seal? Did I have to spend money on Seal? I don't remember. Feel like we got Seal rather easy, but maybe I'm misremembering. Is there any 5 AP or anything else to do? Nope. The next question is, are there any other missions? So it looks like both those two are still undone. Still maybe some there. And really only the single enemy from the plus. I know I'll be doing the plus, so that one should complete automatically. I can probably slow walk the other nodes then until I complete this, and that might save me having to complete another one. Last I think I spent on was Summer Scouting, yeah. I figured it would have been MHXA if anyone. Nah, because I don't have like an NP5 of MHXA on NA. The big one that I don't have on JP as of right now, Saberface wise, I don't have MHX. She hasn't really had a banner in a long time. Even with that, like she does get them, but it's usually a bad pairing. That is to say, like, it's either not a good banner to roll, or the banner is at a time where I need to be like focusing on something else. So MHX has managed to like skirt by me several times on JP. I will probably just pull the trigger at some point so that I have her. But it is what it is. Didn't she just get one off of 30 million? Did she? If she did, I missed it. That's going to piss me off. Was May 2023, so it's been a while. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I feel like I've been looking for one and haven't seen it, so. Bad timing banners is why I haven't rolled King Protea. And King Protea has gotten a lot better. Yes, 2 days ago. Oh, shit. MHXA had one, but that's a different unit. Okay, so it wasn't MHX then. Let me double check just to, like, behind all of you guys. Yeah, there's MHXA. She was 4 days-ish ago. There is no MHX. Good. No. I was gonna say, that makes me feel bad if I missed it. Do you remember if MHX had a download campaign? She didn't. MHX, so chat, going all the way back, MHX is actually one of the rarest units in the game in that regard. For JP, she was absent for like 2 years. She went a long time without banners, and then she did get some finally after that, but she's kind of just been few and far between since then. So it's not impossible to get her by any means. Like, she'll probably have one later this year or maybe even early next year, right? But like, it is what it is. It's just like, I'll just be patient. When it happens, it happens. Hopefully it just doesn't happen at a bad time again. So, things like hurricanes, other things definitely have thrown off my attention span with that, but it is, again, it's something that, like, this can happen. It's difficult for me to keep an eye on both servers' banners, and this is also why, chat, when you guys ask me, like, when does so-and-so get another banner, I can't answer that question anymore. I used to be able to. I used to be able to tell you exactly when the next banner for any given unit was, but with the way they have shifted banner structure in the past 2 years, that is to say, like, they're now running shorter banners sometimes. They're now running them much more frequently. It's difficult to remember when each unit gets a new banner. Because it used to be like, oh, you kind of knew they weren't going to get a banner for like a year and a half to 2 years on average. Now it's like just about every single unit gets a banner every single year. And so as a result, it becomes a lot more difficult to remember when the last one was and when the next one is. I can't tell you that sort of stuff off the top of my head anymore, because it's impossible to commit it all to memory. So it's like you just have to be fast on like the Google and you know, sit there and go and run into fandom and go like, okay, this is where the unit is. This is their page. Boom, here you go. This is the next available banner. I can't tell if I like or hate these 2 to 3 day banners. I don't mind the duration of the banners so much as the sheer amount of the banners that they're running makes it very difficult to remember. And that's where it's like, yes, you do feel like you can miss it. I think I would have less of an issue if they would run the banners for longer. So that, again, like to your point, that way it wouldn't be 2 to 3 days and it would be like 7 days or something like that. I would much more prefer having week-long banners, because I feel like then I could stumble into the banner even if I somehow missed its announcement or something like that. Will it be Saber Wars 3? We low-key already had Saber Wars 3. That was kind of summer. Kind of. I'd like for them to run a banner that changed daily, but all year round. They do. It's called Story. You never know what you'll get. There's my 4th level 120. I can finally rest. What do you mean? There's now that's when the 5th level 120 starts. Condo this year? Listen, yeah, I was gonna say, as long as you hit that copium emote. Haven't you heard, chat? When you're done with your 4th level 120, that's when the 5th one begins. That's let's see, I'm on my Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Ruler. I'm on my 7th on an A. I'm on my 7th on an A, and I think JP is like around that same number. I think it's like 7 as well. So, and that's also why, like, I haven't been in too much of a hurry, because the difficult thing for me on NA is the grails. Like, it's actually having the grails and having the embers. Even if I farm out the embers, I'll literally just grail lock myself. So at this point, I'm just kind of like slow rolling until we get to the Lotto, and then I'll try to like, you know, again, use up all my my grails and stuff. Because that's the other thing, is as I grind a Lotto, I don't want to waste the embers. So you'll see me like try to hoard some grails for Lotto time, since I'm not going to have anybody else to level. Do we get tricked by the dev into playing the game more? Yes, that's usually what happens. Okay, let's see. All events. Event all. Boop, 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 boop. Let me pop open the pre-release campaign because I don't remember what it is. Login bonus, clear need. Yeah, they had already figured out at this point in time that people weren't doing the advanced quests. And they were trying to get people to actually do them. All daily quest rotation available simultaneously. All strengthening quests. All interludes half AP. That'll be nice. I definitely am looking forward to that. This was early November for them. And then the actual Fairy Night Cup was early November to late November. What was our event after that? So this went to the 23rd. We had the pre-release support campaign. Oh boy. That's a banner. Da, 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 da. Anyways. Yep, Masters who cleared Avalon Lefay Prologue get 2 times super and great success rates for servants. That might be our Thanksgiving. I don't know. I don't know what they'll do for Thanksgiving. And that's what I'm trying to think is like, are we like, can we expect the Fairy Night Cup a little bit earlier? Is it going to be like exactly when it's supposed to? Actually, does anyone know when this current event ends for an A? Or are you going to be waiting a while, Nose? October 31st? October 30th? So we're about like 2 days ahead. They might preserve that. They might keep us 2 days ahead. We'll have to see. 2 days is like it's very difficult to say like, oh, okay, this is gonna be a thing, right? Like because 2 days is something that they could easily just erase by virtue of being like, oh, well, we delayed a day for this, we delayed a day for that. 8th, 9th, but that's my guess. Yeah, like, okay, so let's actually take a quick gander here. The 8th would be a Friday. That does make a lot of sense for a drop date for this. I could easily see that. And then I guess potentially since we're 2 days ahead, the earliest to be Thursday. Yeah, I don't know, right? It's just a difficult thing, but I wanted to kind of sit there and ponder that. Oh my god, you did a spreadsheet for me. Actually, just so I don't accidentally show this on screen and give everybody a quick preview. And sure enough, I would have. Protect that for right this second. Stream died, yep. I had issues having all of them in one image. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Real quick here. Yeah, they didn't do much there. It's funny how like lazy they get for displaying things like a lotto. We still don't have the new form lottos though. Yep. Okay. All right. We are pretty much good to go. Oh, let me yeah, make sure I don't get the screen tearing. I feel like every single time I do this is to try and get rid of the screen tearing, and then I get screen tearing anyways. All gotchas are bait. Yep. Okay. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the Chaldea Fairy Knight Cup, or the Tamlin Cup, whatever they choose to name it. This is going to be NA's next upcoming lotto, and we can expect it here early November. So, as you guys kind of see, we're getting a little bit late into October season. Halloween's creeping up on us now, and we're already, really far into the Halloween event with the 90++ node out. So, definitely, it's time to start thinking lotto. It's time to start our preparation. Now, normally we get you guys the lotto spreadsheet out earlier than this. However, I personally have had some things that have kind of gotten in the way, including real life events and hurricanes, for instance. So it's definitely been a little bit taxing on me this time around to try and get this sheet out. But thankfully, again, Avalon has done some great work, and we'll be showing that to you guys towards the end of the video. But very quickly here, I did want to talk about schedule, kind of get you guys a TLDR of everything you guys need to know. So again, we do have the pre-release campaign that happened here on JP, basically the week before. As you guys can see, the event actually dropped November 9th on JP, and the pre-release campaign was November 2nd through the 9th. We can expect this again. This is going to be a very interesting type of campaign. It will allow you guys, again, the opportunity to roll Morgan Le Fay again, as well as making all of your interludes half cost, servant strengthening quest half cost, and all your daily quests being on rotation, assuming that they do it how they did it on JP. There's obviously the chance that they change things, but it is what it is. Valentine Witches is also here. This is actually a fairly good craft essence in and of itself. It's all attack scaling, gives ignore invincibility, NP damage up, and NP gen. So it's definitely a really nice banner. That being said, we do have some other considerations there. They will be doing a live stream probably as well on NA to kind of tease the actual Fairy Knight Cup. But basically, the week after the lotto comes out, we should probably get the pre-release support campaign. Now, this may be something that gets morphed into like Thanksgiving or something like that. We don't know. NA usually has both Thanksgiving that happen that's unique to it, as well as the Advent calendar that usually happens in December. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for that, and it may cause a little bit of schedule shifting. Right now, as of current, we are about 2 days ahead of where JP was. Who knows when the lotto is going to drop, though? It may drop those 2 days ahead. It may drop precisely when it happened on JP, or it might drop, a day early or something like that, which is kind of looks like that might be a good case, because if it dropped on probably the 8th, that would be a Friday, and that would be a pretty decent day for them to launch the lotto. But again, we do have the pre-release campaign, and just giving you guys a quick preview on that. There are some limited missions here that you guys can complete. This is sort of them trying to get you guys to actually get story done and caught up with. As you guys know, we're going to be having Lost Belt 7 come out here basically at the end of the year. And again, you guys can see there is going to be a Leyline Stone redeem time frame extension. So they're going to give you more time to use your blue cubes so that it actually will last through part 1 of LB7. And essentially, there's other campaigns that are going to make the main quest 0 AP up to Avalon Le Fay Part 2. And masters that have cleared the Avalon Le Fay prologue will also get 2 times super and great success chance for servants. This is going to be great for leveling your servants on the back end of the lotto, assuming it doesn't clip into the actual lotto proper. But again, that's definitely something to pay attention to. But I think the big thing to point out to a lot of you guys, this is going to be the return of Castoria. So she's not going to happen until after the Lotto. But the reason I wanted to, again, give you guys this little bit of PSA here before we get into the Lotto guide proper is going to be the fact that some people will want to wait and roll for Castoria. So again, don't get caught up on all the hysteria of, trying to get Morgan Le Fay potentially, or even Burrito Mart. If you're someone that doesn't have Castoria, Castoria is still, again, one of the best units you can acquire in the entire game. So getting her, she definitely does have her fair share of banners, but usually it's on a yearly type of rotation. So you kind of want to try to get her when you can. Again, this is going to be an easy time to get her. There are a couple of nice CEs here, but nothing too amazing. Just again, both of these CEs should be 60% when they are MLB. But otherwise, at the end of the day, this is just a solid campaign that'll be happening after the Lotto and after the pre-release campaign. Now, with both of those out of the way, we can actually talk to you guys properly about the Fairy Night Cup here. So the Fairy Night Cup is going to be interesting because it's a little bit different with how it works in relation to prior lottos. That is to say, this will be quote unquote your Christmas lotto this year. However, this works in the same way that a lot of the old Fest events work. That is to say, Nero Fest, Gil Fest, all of those where it has 3 rounds of nodes instead of ramping up over time like the Christmas versions normally do. So this is actually a lot better. This means that right out of the gate, day 1, you will have a good node to farm. Other things to consider that are maybe different from norm is that you're going to actually have a bifurcated event here, where if you have cleared Avalon Le Fay, you will have access to the main quest for the story of the event. If you haven't, you will still be able to do the free quests and exhibition quests that are available, but you will not have access to the story. So again, as long as you've cleared Fiyuki, you can still grind and farm the Lotto, but you're not going to be able to access the story without having done Avalon Le Fay. I actually do like the fact that they did this. This is a very nice separation, as this does allow players to access the Lotto regardless of how far into the story they are. Again, the main info here, as you guys can see on fandom, we're going to be getting Burrito Mart. She's going to be a new AoE Lancer. I'll be going over her in the coming days. She is okay. I'm not going to say she's the strongest AoE Lancer or anything like that. She'll certainly be usable, especially in this event. But outside of certain conditions, again, I don't think you can expect her to be like the most impactful Lancer by any means. Again, there is a commercial. We're not going to watch it for copyright reasons. And let's go talk about the event cards. And again, a lot of this is going to be detailed in the actual spreadsheet that we'll be producing. So make sure you guys pay attention to that if you have any questions. But let's talk about the Gacha Craft Essences. These are going to be what are on Burrito Mart's banner when you roll for her. So this is going to be Apex. This is going to be the one you're probably going to want to pay attention to the most. It is all attack scaling. It has Buster Up of 10% and 50% starting charge, as well as, again, overcharge the NP by 2 stages 1 time. So this is a nice overcharge CE. It's hybrid. It gives you starting charge, gives you Buster Up, and it's all attack scaling. It's kind of what you would want out of a decent overcharge CE to an extent. Road to Star is, again, not going to be the best, but it's not terrible. It's one of those 4-star star bomb CEs. So as the unit rotates in, they're going to gain crit stars when they enter the battle, and then they'll still have arts up and crit damage up. Again, nothing too amazing, but if you're looking for a star bomb CE on a little bit more of a budget, something that's not a 5-star because of party cost considerations, this can be a decent one. And then your 3-star is going to be Muscle Bullet. This is going to increase Buster crit damage by just 25 to 30%. Nothing too amazing. It is all attack scaling, so it's just something that might be situationally useful if you're trying to card down a node with, like, maybe, say, all Berserkers or something like that. Now, for the actual event craft essences, these are going to be the ones that you're probably going to want to pay attention to more. This is going to be, again, Count Stretch over here is going to be your damage CE. It will be 100% base and 200% at MLB. It is all attack scaling, at least. However, it is a Guts CE, and it'll give you 1 time with 1 HP. It's also going to have Arts Up of 10% at MLB, so kind of an odd craft essence in that regard. Certainly going to be okay for challenge environment, but definitely a little bit weird on the side of kind of the mixture of stuff there. Now, as we look towards our actual Lotto C, this is going to be the C that you guys are going to be using a ton. You're going to be wanting to put it on all of your units because this is going to increase your Lotto currency drops. It's going to be how you're going to get more boxes to farm out in the Lotto. So, Commentator of Flowers here is going to be a split stat CE. This is already the unfortunate thing number one right there. It's going to be NP gain up at MLB of 20%, 15% base, NP damage of 5%, 10% at MLB, and then 3 stars per turn, 4 at MLB. So what you're going to see here is that this does have NP damage. It does have NP gain. It's going to be nice for facilitating looping in that regard. However, it's not all attack scaling like we would hope, and it doesn't have any starting charge. That's going to make 3-turning some of these nodes a lot more annoying. And I'm going to talk about that when we get to the actual sheet proper. This is definitely going to be one of the things that's really going to hold back this Lotto for a lot of people. I will, again, kind of walk you through why that is, but you'll see. It's still going to be a great Lotto to farm. You're just going to want to pick your nodes accordingly. Now, the event command codes here, we have Lady Justice. This is going to have the engraved card star absorption increased by 100%. Definitely going to be nice for something like an arts card that you want to crit. And again, when attacking with the engraved card, gain 2 critical stars. Certainly, this can also work on things like a quick card that's already going to be generating stars for you, but it might just be supplemental if you put it on anything else. So again, definitely a nice, solid command code for you to use. The 4-star one here is going to be increasing the engraved card's critical damage by 10%, and when attacking with the engraved card, gain 2 more critical stars. Again, just another solid hybrid one. To me, I'd probably prefer the absorption a little bit more, but it definitely depends on the structure of the comp. If you're in a quick comp that's flooding stars, or you're in a buster comp where you have all the supports that are giving you all the stars, the star absorption is not as big of a deal. So having something like the critical damage may actually be more beneficial to you. And then Heal Princess is that whenever you attack the engraved card, it will drain 100 HP from the target, which is practically nothing as far as I'm concerned. But probably the bigger effect here is going to be the fact that it will inflict curse on them. So if you have a unit that actually does scale with curse damage and really relies on curse effects, this could be definitely a very good command code for those types of units. That's going to be your event cards in a nutshell. We are going to have several summoning campaigns here. Again, this is going to be Burrito Mart, our new AoE quick Lancer 5-star, alongside the Fairy Knights, aka the Tam Lin, with Barghest and Balbon Sith here. So if you were looking for a banner maybe to be able to roll more of them without, say, Morgan Le Fay attached, this could be your opportunity, particularly if you kind of had already missed several of the opportunities in the past. Now, you do have Apex, Road to Star, and Muscle Bullet on here, as we already denoted, and then we have the second campaign. This is actually in conjunction with the second round, and this is low-key the preview to the second round's 90++ node. This node was very infamous. You'll see why when we start going over it. There's going to be a Charlemagne, Bradamante, and Roland banner. I do find it kind of funny because Bradamante is extremely close to Burrito Mart, not only in name, but also in how she functions. So in that regard, it's kind of an odd banner choice, but hey, they're kind of giving you another crack at some of these units. Unfortunately, no Creamhild here, but you'll see she is on the third banner. And again, the third banner here is going to be Brynhildr, Sigurd, and Sakura Kintoki, alongside Creamhild, Siegfried, and Heracles. So you do have the nice pairings here where Cream is going to be paired alongside Brynhildr. So if you were looking for an opportunity to roll Cream where she's not paired with, say, Roland or Charlemagne, there you go. This is kind of your opportunity. This will be an easy one for you to kind of solo her out and get her on a singular 4-star rate up. And again, I do recommend it if that's your intended goal, but otherwise it just kind of depends. And you can see Sumanai is going to be paired alongside his counterpart there with Sigurd, and then Kentoki with again Herc there. Definitely an interesting pairing as well. One's a cockroach, the other has charge and hits like a Mack truck, so definitely a very interesting banner for that one. Now again, the main quest, I'm not going to try to spoil it too much for you. Just going to scroll right through, and as you guys can see, The reward here is going to be a grail for completing everything. So for those of you guys that have it unlocked because you've done Avalon Lefay, you'll be able to get a grail from it. For those of you guys that haven't, you might potentially be missing out on that grail. So if you have the time now, it may be a decent time to kind of get back in the saddle, get story done, get Avalon Lefay actually done so that you can do this story. And then basically looking at our free quest. This is where you guys are going to spend the majority of your time. So as I mentioned, the overall structure for this event is going to be that you have basically 3 rounds. You're going to have round 1 that's going to last for, again, a couple of days, round 2, and then round 3. And each one of them is going to have their own subset of nodes. So usually what you want to do is you want to go through each node and clear them at least once. And the reason for that is so that you can get the reward of the apples that are there. It's just going to get you more refreshes during the lotto so that you can farm more, get more of those boxes, get that currency, and again, get all the nice juicy bits that are inside them. And then again, you're going to end up having a 90 plus and a 90 plus plus. This is going to be our first lotto with 90 plus plus nodes. So it's going to make things a little bit more hairy. Don't mind the Japanese text here. Fandom just hasn't translated it yet because they don't have the NA page out yet. We're going to show that to you guys on the spreadsheet side of things here in a minute. But yes, that is going to be how each one of these works. And again, you guys can see basically the pacing on JP was that the first one lasted for, again, about 4 days-ish there. The second one lasted for, again, 4 days-ish. And then the third one ends up lasting for quite a bit longer there, but it is what it is. They kind of just let this one handle the majority, the lion's share of the time. I'm going to say there is some particular strategies involving which and like when and where and how to farm. I'll talk about that again here in a minute. We're going to have exhibition quests as well. These are going to be old CQs that are coming back, essentially. They're nothing too crazy. Actually, no, are they old one? I think they're old ones that are coming back. But not like the same ones that we've had every single time. Oh, they're new. Okay, there you go. So these will at least be an interesting segment. Sorry, you guys will have to forgive me. I've played, both NA and JP, so some of the stuff gets lost in the sauce for me. But again, these ones are going to be new then, and, kind of just take them at will. If you can get them done, get them done. Try not to waste too much time on them. If you're somebody that gets stressed out by them, especially, and you just want to farm, do the easy ones. Try to find an easy solution for them and kind of get it done. This guide's not really going to focus on the CQs themselves. There will be plenty of guides out there available for that sort of thing, including numerous people from the JP side of things that have already done it. So feel free to check out videos on YouTube for that sort of thing. Or again, go to something like App Media that can give you a little bit more of a strategic breakdown. You will probably have to, again, sort of Google Translate that sort of thing, but at least you can kind of get your bearings and have an idea of what's going on a little bit more. You can see they do give official hints, and even Fandom has at least a little bit of a write-up to give you guys some info as to what's going on. There will be a finale. The finale will give a crystallized lore, so at least at minimum, that one will be worth doing. You can see it also says no identical servants are allowed in the party when you're doing these, and there is no full party revive. So keep that in mind that, yes, you could use something like a command seal, but you can't use the triple command seal in order to get everything back. So just be very, very careful. Yeah, again, you have a damage CE, use it accordingly, and you'll thank yourself later. Now, with regards to the shop, we could talk about this. We've got the Chernunos plushie here. This is going to be sort of the fourth material that's going to be available in the boxes. You have your normal bronze, silver, and gold mat, but there's going to be a fourth one. This is going to kind of allow you to get some of the other stuff here, including the command codes, the key unlockers. I don't really recommend the command code removers. As of this current point in time, they are defunct in the game unless the devs decide to give them another use down the line. And then a crystallized lore still here. And then once you've bought everything you care to buy out of this, you can actually redeem these for 500,000 QP each. Usually there should be about 4 of these in a box. This means that whatever the total of the box is, usually boxes give around 4.5 million QP per. So usually you can kind of assume that if you start to spend all the extra of the 4th mat on stuff, you can get about another 2 million off of that, kind of giving you around 6 to 6.5 million per box that you do. That's a lot of QP for farming out. And again, think about it this way. If you were to just farm something like Treasure Vault, you might get 4 to 6 yourself, depending on your craft essences, but you're going to be getting so much more extra stuff from the Lotto boxes that it's definitely going to be worth it to farm them. So let's take a look now at the gold materials. Now, remember, keep in mind with regards to the shop, you're going to want to farm your 90 plus or plus nodes at least enough to clear shop. Once you've done that, you can technically farm any node you want. You'll still probably want to stick to the plus or the plus, but the ideal would be that clearing shop should be super easy. So at that point, feel free to get literally everything. There's no reason not to, as long as you farm enough boxes. This is an easy time to stock up on, as you guys can see here. The statues that are available, you will have, again, copies of the Lotto CE. There's 2 for the gold mat here. You will have spirit roots, lamps, and feathers, as well as the fairy scales here that are all going to be available from the gold materials. You're going to have 2 gold attack foes here, and then a crystallized lore as well. So make sure you get all of that. And then, again, if you end up being done with a particular material, you can still convert that into even more QP, though admittedly, it's not going to be nearly as much as compared to something like the boxes. Your silver materials, you have yet another. So this is 3 copies of the craft essence now. And again, you're going to end up having basically your silver monuments here. Definitely grab these. Usually people are short on them. And you're going to end up having materials in the form of basically demonic hearts, the LB 5.5, or sorry, the LB 5 yarn. And again, the basically the night metals and seeds here as well. So some of these will be a little bit more rare over time. Definitely make sure, remember, these aren't the Lotto boxes. This is just the shop that we're talking about. Yet another gold attack foe here, making it 3. You're going to end up with another crystallized lore. And then over here for the bronze materials, you're going to end up having the 4th copy of the craft essence. Again, octuplet crystals, giant rings, and the new 6.5 like urns, I believe they're called, or flasks. And again, you do also have your normal set of foes and a 4th gold attack foe here, as well as yet another crystallized lore. So there's a ton of lores, ton of attack foes on this side of things. Now we're going to go talk about what's in the Lotto boxes, and then you'll see kind of the missing stuff here. So again, usually the way to understand if you've never done a Lotto before is that Lottos, and the reason that they're so lucrative, they're some of the best farming opportunities that FGO gives you. Basically, this is the best time to pop all of your apples. Usually people don't hold anything back for these events unless they, feel like they have another need coming up in some way, shape, or form. But my advice would be, when in doubt, go ahead, use them all. Try to get everything you can out of this event, especially if you're a newer player. Now, the way it works is you're going to end up farming out Lotto currency by equipping that Lotto CE. That's going to add up. Every 600 currency, you'll be able to use it to get a Lotto box. That Lotto box contains special materials that you can only get there. The first 10 Lotto boxes have unique materials that are kind of available just in those. And then from the 11th box onward, it loses those unique materials, but it still has a bunch of other good stuff in them. So it's still worth it to keep farming beyond that 10th box. And you guys can see for the first 10 boxes, you will have to manually roll. Basically, you're going to have to sit there and go, again, every single 30 spins, rather than being able to do the 100 spins, every single 10 spins, rather than doing 100 spins like you can once you get beyond the 11th box. So that definitely helps accelerate things. And you guys can see, again, there are going to be some interesting things in here. You're going to have a grand prize here. This is just how much you can roll out. So you can choose to either roll a single, roll a 10 for your first 10 boxes, or once you get beyond the first 10 boxes, then you can roll in the hundreds. So that definitely speeds up rolling the boxes out. But essentially, you're going to, for 1 through 5, have the 5 copies of the damage CE right there. You're going to get yet another crystallized lore. You're going to get 4 gold HP foes. So that's where, if you saw all the attack foes in the shop, all the HP foes are right here in the boxes. And then from the 11th onward, there are no more grand prizes, but you're still going to get everything down here. Again, definitely going to be a very, very nice thing in that regard. Well, okay, hold on. There is a little bit of an exception, because I do see we have the gold apples here. You will not get a gold apple every single box. It's just going to be for the first 10. So better than showing you this, let's show you this. This is what you're going to see from the 11th box onward. This 1 through 10 included the grand prizes and other stuff. So from the 11th box onward, you lose the gold and silver apples, but you're still going to have all of this stuff. So you're going to get 4 Chernunos plushies. You're going to end up with your Lotto materials, and these are going to be the ones you're going to be able to farm in great quantity from the boxes. So Aurora Steel, Homunculus Babies, Stingers, Proof of the Hero, and again, Stakes. This is going to be a stake Lotto. So you're going to get quite a bit of capability to shore up these mats. Again, you start thinking about doing, 10 boxes, you'd get 30 of these. You start thinking about doing 100 boxes, you're going to get 300 of these. Start thinking about doing something like, 300 boxes, you're going to be getting 900 of each of these materials at that point. This is definitely going to be lucrative, definitely something where you can actually farm out a huge ton of them. My only advice is somebody that's been doing lottos for all of time, basically, at this point, and doing them in robust quantities. I'm somebody that normally, for reference, does about 500 boxes in a lotto. That usually gets me a ton. However, that's not for everybody. I'm somebody that does whale and FGO, so I like to have a robust account. I have robust needs as a result of that, and that's why I end up doing so many. And for me personally, those 500 boxes have been kind of that point where, okay, after this point, I really hit diminishing returns as to what the boxes are giving me value for. But prior to that point, I'm still getting a lot of worth. Now, for you, for your account, it may be different. You may have less units than me. You may end up being somebody that, kind of has been playing for a ton of years. You don't need to farm that much. But if you're a newer player, usually the more you can farm, the better. Definitely try to figure out where your pain tolerance is. This sort of thing takes time, takes a lot of diligence, a lot of, perseverance, sitting there kind of just farming it out. Do understand that your account may not be capable of being super efficient. We try to get you guys some of the best comps in the lotto that are available to you, kind of on a budget, but do keep in mind that our actual lotto guide is going to be focused way more on 6 slotting and potentially 5 slotting the lotto, aka getting the most drop efficiency per run that you can. That's going to increase your AP efficiency. That's going to mean that every single apple that you can do is going to get you even more currency, get you more of these lotto boxes, get you more of these resources. So again, taking a look at this, those are your materials. You are going to get, again, gems from this. Definitely a really nice thing, especially for those of you guys that maybe don't see them too often because you're newer to the game and you haven't had that like horde to sit on. You're also going to be getting 25 4-star embers, 15 3-star embers, 3 bronze apples per. So if you were to consider like at max bonus for the lotto, it's usually around like, 3 to 4-ish runs per box. You're going to be getting refunded at least like 30 AP right there from every single one of those. So definitely can at least improve the efficiency a little bit. You're also going to be getting 45 mana prisms per box. This could be really good for those of you that are new. You're trying to catch up on your mana prisms. You don't have a whole horde of them, and you still got a ton of stuff to buy out of the Da Vinci shop. This could be really, really good. And then friend points are also going to be here, as well as QP. Like I said, about 4.5 million. So there's definitely a lot of value, a lot of bang for your buck. And this is all just one box that you're going to get this from. So you start thinking in the realm of, oh my God, I can farm these infinitely. I can do a ton of these. Yeah, you can really start setting your account in the path towards progression, towards actually getting your units leveled up and advanced in terms of their skills. Definitely a good thing to farm a lotto a ton. So now, without any further delay, let's go ahead and talk about the actual lotto spreadsheet. So again, Avalon is always nice enough to do these for us each year. He has kind of taken it over for doing it for basically me and some of the other mathematicians as the process has gotten kind of easier over the years and we've kind of streamlined it, but he still goes through a lot of work to make sure that these are fairly solid. You might find some errors, some issues. If you do, make sure you come and contact him either on Discord, where again, you can either join our Discord to contact him directly there, or you can try to reach out to him in DMs, or again, even on other sites, which I believe he has listed on here. I'd have to double check. But basically, we have a little bit of a blurb here, the event overview for kind of what to consider. Here's how things are going to work, that sort of stuff. And then the assumptions that we use in every single calculation. You guys can see we usually try to throw out things like chance-based buffs. That is to say, if you're someone like, say, Space Ishtar, and you have that 80% chance to succeed, we usually will actually run the calculation without that buff. So that way, you know whether or not this comp will work if there's a failure. Keep in mind, if you like to play things risky, you might be able to get things done at a lesser MP level, but we don't advise that. So it just is what it is. But there's all sorts of considerations here. Make sure you read them so that you have a good idea of kind of how each of the comps are calculated. And again, we have the quick rundown here of the event damage craft essence and the Lotto craft essence. You do need to be familiar with both of them, odds are, and I'm going to tell you why. So first, let's go into the box overview. This is exactly what we saw on the other screen. So if you guys are in the spreadsheet, you will be able to see each of these available here. And again, you're going to get the quick, everything at your fingertips type of rundown. So you guys can see this is what the first 10 boxes get. It's what the boxes 11 and onward give. And then basically we're going to go into the actual node overview. We have a quick TLDR of all the nodes summarized here. You guys can see their layout, the round 190 plus, the round 2 plus. We didn't go through any of the 90 nodes for any of the comps because, to be honest, most of you guys should be capable of handling even 90 plus. If you do feel the need to step down to 90, it's not the end of the world. It's usually just a 3-3x type of node setup. So it should be something that's very easy for you to go in and loop as long as you have the supports and stuff like that. Don't feel any sort of regret about having to step down to a 90. Just make sure that you have your shop cleared before you do, or at least that you have plans to in a later round. So again, as long as you're doing the 90 plus or the plus, you will be getting those additional drop resources for the shop that should allow you to auto clear that shop. So that's one thing that we want you guys to make sure that you do. Make sure you're taken care of. But again, usually we're going to focus on these two. These are going to be the most efficient nodes in terms of overall drops. So again, it's not the end of the world if you step down to the 90, but the 90 doesn't have the shop materials in it. So that is going to be something to consider. For round one, you're going to be having a 3-1-2 type of sort of rider node, but we do have Fergus in there. That's going to be a little bit spicy. You are going to have again, eggs as well as cerebral spinal fluid being the material drops here. So for a lot of people, which node they want to run usually comes down to which node they can run easily, as well as what does the node drop in terms of, again, material. So if you're going to be farming the node hundreds of times, you start to realize that, hey, this is going to begin to add up for my material drops just from the node itself. So at that point, you go, okay, what do I want to do? Here's what I'm going to try to kind of get done with. So you can see round 190 plus eggs and cerebral spinal fluid plus is going to have your LB3 reactor cores and your fairy scales. So if you're someone that still needs a lot of fairy scales, 90 plus for this round is going to be good. Here's the thing I'm going to tell you. 90 plus for round one is arguably the best. The reason why is going to be because the later 90 plus nodes get hairy. I'm not going to say no one's going to be able to 6-slot them. I'm just going to say that it's going to be very cost prohibitive. That is to say, people are probably going to need very robust setups. We're talking NP5s, grails, that sort of thing, if they're trying to actually 6-slot, aka take all Lotto craft essences for all of their slots in that node. That can be done, but it usually requires what we like to call a super unit. And that's not something we're going to recommend to you guys because, again, at the end of the day, it gets kind of hairy to expect that from people. So once we get to round two now, this is going to be your new 90 plus node. So whenever you get to the next round, the first round will go away. You won't have access to the round 1 nodes anymore. So you are going to have to make a choice between either the 90, the 90 plus, or the 90 plus plus if you're trying to farm. So for your 90 plus node for round 2, you're going to be looking at scarabs and seeds. Again, I've kind of noticed over time, seeds can be a little bit annoying, at least until we get to Ordeal Call, where there is a seed node finally. But yeah, it's kind of one of those materials that they haven't given us a ton of. So it's one of those things where a lot of people may be tight on them. This can be definitely something to consider. Now, this one's going to be a 213 node. Again, riders, but you can see the final wave does have Crane Sky of Dark mixed in there. So you've got a foreigner that you're going to have to contend with. And then basically, as we look towards the 90 plus plus, this is where things start to get spicy. So let me just break this down real quick for you. It's going to be a 213 node. It's mostly sabers. However, there is Bradamante, a lancer there in the final wave. So if you're thinking, oh, I'll just take archers, Bradamante is going to throw a monkey wrench into your plans. There's definitely something that you can do for that, but it's certainly spicy. To add insult to injury, Charlemagne is a star attribute unit. This usually means that most units are not effective against him, and certain things like weak to Intima Elish, he might not be. So that's something to consider when you start to look at this node, is that you're going to have interesting issues with that final wave. And this is kind of the annoyance that 90 plus plus nodes can really have. You can see this node is going to drop Lanugos and Meteor Horseshoes. These are mostly older mats. So most people, if you're a veteran player, you're probably not going to need this plus plus node too much. In fact, the meme on JP was that this node was so annoying to do and required, again, NP5 and super grailed variants of the units like 120s in order for people to do it, that JP just memed that you should probably either step back to the 90 plus plus node or make blue apples. So I'm not advising you to make blue apples in the middle of a lotto, but that was kind of the tongue-in-cheek nature of this, is that they viewed this node as so annoying and problematic that it caused issues. You will be able to 5-slot this node. It certainly will be doable with an MLB damage CE. There will be people that are capable of it. But this is where, again, you're going to notice in our spreadsheet, we start to really begin to recommend the damage CE in most of the comps. So they start turning into a 5-slot comp instead of a 6-slot comp like you've been seeing for all of the 90 plus nodes. And again, the round 190 plus plus. However, it's not going to end there, and we'll talk about that here in a second. For round 3, our 90 plus node here, as you guys can see, is going to be a 133 node. It's going to be mostly berserkers. So remember, the consideration with berserkers is going to be that NP gain is going to be a little bit spicy. Thankfully, the demonic monkey is, well, demonic, and it's relatively low health. So there will be solutions where you could just use a single target damage dealer to take him out, and other solutions where you can just card him down and use things like command codes to kind of help you through. Again, he shouldn't be too big of an issue. It's going to be mostly in the later waves here, having something like the Demon Boar and having something like Heracles in here with a little bit more beefy health. So if you do have somebody that specializes in, anti-Greek male or anything else like that, obviously he's not going to be too big of a hurdle. And with him being a berserker, there's going to be a ton of people that are viable to kind of kill him. The issue at play, though, is going to be you're probably going to need a berserker for this node, because the other two enemies in wave 3 are going to be Canis, a lancer, and Achilles, a rider. So you have a knight class and a cavalry class and a bunch of berserkers. It kind of screams, hey, take something that's effective against everything, or at least somebody that might be able to, either on Canis or Achilles, exploit one of their niches. That can definitely be a thing. This node is going to drop gallstones and magatamas for those of you guys that still need them. For the round 3 90 plus plus node, by now a lot of people are like, oh, thank God, round 2 is over. I don't have to deal with that terrible 90 plus plus node anymore. Problem is, you're going to end up with a 3-3-1 node. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's not too bad. That's, loopable. That's just 3 enemies in a wave. I can just kind of AoE that. Yeah, that's not the real issue. The real issue is going to be you have Minamoto no Tame Tomo here at 235k in wave 2. So you probably need somebody that's robust or can exploit one of his niches. And then you have to flip around and kill Kentoki for the final round at 1,000,000 HP. this is gonna be spicy because Kentoki's one of those units where, yes, he's a berserker, you're gonna have a lot of effective people against him, but there's not really an easy way to get like double niche against him. There's not somebody that can really leverage that power against him without utilizing something like, again, the MLB damage CE. So even with round 3's plus node, you're going to see a lot of MLB damage comp recommendations. It's very difficult for us to recommend a non-damage CE because of the sheer NP levels and grailing that would be required to. And I want to say this, while there are options in that category that could work, I'm not going to be somebody that's ever going to recommend using grailed units to you. Why? It's perfectly fine for you to choose to use your own grailed units. However, I don't want to put pressure on anybody to feel like they have to grail a unit just for the gameplay of one node. That's usually not a smart choice. If you're going to grail a unit, grail someone that you like, grail for love. Don't necessarily do it just for one Lotto node that's temporary and will be gone in like a week. So again, my advice to you, don't grail just specifically for one Lotto node. This node, however, does have some nice materials. It has mirrors and it has, again, the LB6 bells. So definitely some lucrative materials there drop-wise, especially if you're considering the older materials in the plus node. Again, there should be options. Maybe by the time you're over here, maybe you don't care too much about 6 slotting. Do keep in mind, when we start to compare 90 plus to 90 plus plus, obviously there is going to end up being some drop data that we need to look at. And usually the way this is going to work is 6 slot for, again, a 90 plus is going to be roughly equal to 5 slot for a 90 plus plus. So that's kind of the way to think about it, is doing 5 slot for a 90 plus plus, usually not a big deal. Again, we'll actually show you though the drop data because we have included it. Now this table is a little bit spicy, but to give you guys an idea of how to read it, here are your 90 plus and 90 plus plus nodes for each round. You're probably not going to care too much about the, again, earlier nodes because you're just going to kind of do them once and try to move on. But you guys can kind of see. So let's take the 90 plus and plus plus for round 1. So right here is going to be your 90 plus. Here is going to be your plus plus. And so this is going to be a plus 12 bonus, aka 6 MLB CEs. This, the plus 10, is going to be a 5 MLB CEs type of run. So at 5 MLB for the 90 plus plus, you're looking at about 234. For the 90 plus at 6 slot, you're looking at 225. These are pretty close. That is to say, yes, there is a small edge for doing 5 slot 90 plus plus, but this can fluctuate. And again, at the end of the day, it's a small enough number that it's not a huge advantage. This can add up over time, certainly if you're doing hundreds of runs. But at the end of the day, you don't have to feel bad if you're operating at 225 instead of 234. You're still getting a ton of bang for your buck at 225. So that's something to consider right there, is that disparity between the two. The thing is, some people are going to try to run this with 6 slot at 90 plus plus. Like I said, if they are lucky enough and prepared enough to have a like NP5 120 of certain units, this can be done. But the vast majority of you guys should probably focus on, again, trying to either 5 slot the plus plus or 6 slot the plus. And again, you could always step down. You could do 6 slot of the 90. You guys could see the difference between the 6 slot of the 90 and the 90 plus is so close that actually the 90 is considered to be somehow slightly higher. And this is probably because not as many runs of the 90 node were done, and it's just within that margin of error. They probably had the exact same drop rate, just, you know, again, a little bit of wiggle room there. But taking a look at that, that's round 1. For round 2, here's going to be your 90 plus. Here's going to be your plus plus. You can see it steps up to 228 now. And again, this is compared to 250. So the gap here in round 2 does widen. They try to incentivize you to do that plus plus node. However, a ton of people are just not going to want to deal with it, and they're going to step down. It's totally up to you to determine how you want to handle this. Again, like we said, there are a ton of MLB damage CE comps, but it is something to consider. And then for round 3, here is your plus node, here is your plus plus. This is going to be your 6 slot for the plus node at 232, and this is going to be your 5 slot for the plus plus node at 242. So not as big of a gap there, not a huge difference compared to, like, say, round 2. So to me, at that point, it's totally up to you. The gap is at the smallest, basically, in round 1, and then it kind of almost gets back to the round 1 numbers for round 3, with the gap being the widest for round 2. So just kind of use that accordingly. This is, again, drop data courtesy of Atlas Academy DB, as they have begun to calculate their own on their end instead of Damas Aurea. Now, again, for 90 plus, I'm not going to go through every single one of these comps with you guys. I am going to give you guys the link to the spreadsheet. Just keep in mind the overall structure of this. We do have some notes at the top of each node that I highly recommend that you read before you look at anything else. Do make sure that you do that, because it can impact your decision on some of these. And just to give you guys a little bit of a brief run through. So each one of these is going to end up being a comp that you can run for that node. So like I said, down here, you can see this is round 1 of the 90 plus, just to kind of quickly zoom in on it for you. And again, each one of these will be a comp that you can potentially run. So from there, to kind of give you a brief run through, here are going to be the units that you are going to use to do the comp. Here is going to be the craft essence that you will use for each of the comps. So again, you can see this is a drop CE on Summer Ibuki, a drop CE on Kentucky. We will denote when the craft essence is MLB. We will also denote the craft essence level. Sometimes you might want to level the CE to make the comp more viable. It may shore things up, or it may reduce the NP levels required. You don't have to do this. Just keep in mind that if your numbers and presentation are not how we displayed them, your numbers will differ from ours, and probably not for the better if you're trying to skimp on that. Just keep that in mind. Again, you can see we do indicate the NP levels, the skill requirements for the units, and the appends. Sometimes you might be able to get away with a little bit less of a skill requirement. My advice, if you're unsure, test it out without it, see if you can do it. And then if you feel the need to, like, say, lore a skill that you didn't have lored, you can do it after the fact. But again, feel free to experiment. Don't necessarily just jump right in. But yes, that's the indication. Here is going to be your turn order. You guys can see this is turn 1. These are the skills from Summer Ibuki, the skills from Kentucky, which he doesn't use any on turn 1, and the skills from Castoria and who they're going to go on. S1 is skill 1, S2 is skill 2, and S3 is skill 3. Relatively straightforward. And then again, you guys can see over here is going to be the Mystic Code that we recommend using. And then if you need to use the Mystic Code skills and who they're going to be on, again, for each turn. So it's a relatively straightforward concept there. We also have individual notes on each of the comps, things that you might want to pay attention to. Usually, and again, this is one of the big things that I go through with Avalon when I go through the sheet. I look for holes in the compositions. I try to find issues, and I tell Avalon certain notes that he might need to add if certain things need to be a little bit more clarified, especially for newer players, certain things are not nearly as intuitive or make a lot of sense. If you're somebody that's been farming for years, a lot of this stuff should be relatively easy to figure out, even from just looking at the composition structure. But again, you guys can see we include notes there. Make sure you read them. They will tell you kind of things you need to know for that. And again, here we have a breakdown of the node itself. This is going to indicate who's NPing which wave. And this is going to indicate over here basically the amount of damage and NP refunded. Now, if this is a, like, say, Buster comp, we don't care about the NP refund. If this is an arts comp, we do. So make sure that you guys are looking at this. You guys can see clean on average is, again, you arguably want everything to be in the green. Clean on average, no cards required, and enough refund. However, you guys can see there is one down here that says a little bit of carding might be needed. And that's because there can be, even though we have this average damage, a min roll. You might get a low roll on MP damage and then require some amount of carding to occur. So if that's the case, then boom, right there. You might leave it with a little bit of health remaining. It might require just one card at about, 1500 damage remaining there. That's nothing. Any singular card will handle that. And that's just kind of a breakdown of how one of the comps works. And just kind of scrolling down the list here, you guys can see some of the comps that we do end up having. So there's a lot of variance. Keep scrolling down if you want to see everything. And again, we can go on to the 90++ node. Now, this is round one's 90++. I'm not going to focus on it too much. You can see we do have a lot of comps that'll still use things like the damage CE, things where you might want to be looking at 5 slotting and trying to get it done. But again, the round one 90++ node's a lot more forgiving. A lot more people probably have solutions to it, especially since it is an archer node. But as we start to look towards round 2, this is where things get a little bit more spicy. This is again going to be your round 2 90+, and then this is going to be your plus plus. For this plus plus, this is where almost every single comp will require MLB of the damage CE on somebody. This does mean that you will need to have rolled out your boxes, at least for the first 10, to get that MLB of the damage CE, and it also does mean that you, well, actually, I think it's the first 5, not the first 10. It also does mean that you will need to sacrifice using another drop CE on one of your units. Now, keep in mind, if we don't list things like the 5th or the 6th slot, that just means it's free to you. You can put whoever you want in the back there. We obviously recommend throwing on more drop CEs, but it doesn't have to be, again, any particular unit. It's whoever you can fit at cost for your composition. So hopefully we don't use too much, but there are comps, as you guys can see, that just use a ton. So keep in mind that this is definitely going to be a spicy node. And you can definitely see we even have things like some red popping up in here in some of these comps, because this is just how this node is going to be for some people. And again, that's going to be it for me on the Lotto guide, guys. I will link it in the description. Make sure you give it some love. If you guys haven't already, join our Discord. We've got a great FGO community on there. It's always super active, people talking left and right. And again, you can come and get in contact with people like me or Avalon, kind of get to know us and see a little bit kind of the inner workings and what we kind of do to create content for this game. So love to have you guys there. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you have any questions, let us know, and I will see you guys for the next one. Good luck on the Lotto, and happy hunting. Okay. Sorry we killed your OC. Did you? Did you guys kill her? Yeah, you did. I was beginning to lose my voice there at the end. I can't believe Cad didn't highlight the Buntoria comps. What do you mean? I'm gonna be glued to the damage sheet. It happens. Don't worry about it. If you guys have to 5 slot this Lotto, it's not the end of the world, right? Do you see the 6 slot at the very bottom of round 2? I can do that. I can do. That's a comp, all right? Hell yes, it is. And that's a saber face comp, with the saber face Arash. I have raised my archetype Earth for this. Yeah, and that's like, you guys can see there's even some spice there, so that's definitely an issue. And the Saberface Oberon, yep. So I asked Avalon to like throw in an actual like 6 slot comp that didn't use MLB damage, just to kind of show people what the requirement would be. And you guys can see the issue with this isn't this. Like, some people probably will be like, oh man, I don't have that MP3 Squirtoria. That's an issue. finding an MP5 Oberon gonna be a little bit rough, right? So that's just gonna end up being one of the problems that a lot of people have. And even then, yep. And the reason why, chat, is because your final wave is both Squirtoria and Oberon. It's the only way you're gonna handle this. So y'all are sitting here going like, oh, I can do this, it's easy. Well, this is what it's gonna require to do crap like this. Good luck finding that on your support list. I know a couple. But yeah, that's an issue, right? Like, not everyone's going to be capable of doing stuff like that. And that's why, like, trying to, like, be like, oh, why can't I 6-slot the 90 plus? That's why. Good freaking luck, right? So my advice, get as much done in round 1 as you can, and then it be what it be. A highly grailed one with lower MP levels might also work. My understanding to this is, and I guess it depends on if it's like 120, right? But usually grailing is like the equivalent of like adding maybe another additional MP level, but not even in some cases. So like if we're talking about MP2 to MP3, no, I think MP1 to MP2. NP2 is stronger than NP1 grailed at that point. NP3 to NP2 grailed, there should be relatively even, and then from there, yeah, you might be able to get a little bit more. So it's like, yeah, you might be able to get away with like an NP4 or even an MP3 grailed, but I think like NP2 it probably wouldn't. Yeah. No Earthly Clue, thank you for the 16, appreciate it. Time to bust out my Super Morgan. So, about that, what if I told you that Charlemagne has 800k HP and isn't man traded? Y'all gonna hate this node. Y'all gonna freaking hate this node. Also a 235k HP Brad. Yeah, that too. Charlie is not man? What the fuck? Charlie is not man, chat. Oh, yeah, I can't just type in Charlie. Charlemagne. Yeah. Enjoy! That is the annoying one. And then, oh look, Inima Elish nullification. Thought you could use guild, did you? Yeah, no, he's a major like oof that they put him in that node. And the whole reason that they did, just so that they could hawk that banner on y'all. Just use Ishtar then? Hey, maybe. Devs just laughed. Yep. So yeah, that's the issue. That round 2 is spicy. Always has been, always will be. And to be fair, chat, again, this was their first Lotto with 90++ nodes. They never do that to us ever again. They never do that to us ever again. Ishtar works for 5 slot. Yeah, exactly, chat. 5 slot. But yeah, you're just gonna have to accept 5 slotting some of those nodes. That really is gonna be it for the majority of people. Okay, chat. Let's talk Melt. Melt got a buff, and oh lord, it is just redonkulous. Like, and I've seen a lot of feedback today about why did Melt get a buff. That was like just about everybody's first reaction. The only people who didn't react that way were the Melt fans, right? Like, and I'm not blaming the Melt fans. Obviously, you're going to be happy when they get a buff. But, like, it's kind of telling when everybody's first reaction was like, what? Why? And it's not just a buff. It is a strong buff. Again, this is Melt's 4th buff. And this is an NP interlude. She goes from having dealing damage, removing their buffs, and increasing her quick performance after the NP for 3 turns to she now removes the enemy's buffs before damage, deals more damage to them, and increases her quick performance for 3 turns. activating first. So she gets stronger in each loop, affecting each NP, unlike normal, and she buff strips before damage goes out. This absolutely is a huge buff for Melt. I can't stress that enough, right? Like, so giving you guys some perspective here, I asked Avalon to kind of run us some numbers here, and he ran so many that he put it in a spreadsheet for me. So, chat, you are here. This is Melt. This is Melt in like one-shot damage, okay? This isn't 3 turning. This is Melt in one-shot damage. You can see Melt is coming up 8th on this list. We have an MHXA here. We have Ozzy, MHX, who can beat her, Okuni, Mabe, MHX with her Saberface niche. So, yeah, the numbers might surprise you as to what is truly possible for one-shot damage for our Cavalry and Berserker classes. But, yeah, it's like, hey, this is some pretty insane stuff, but it requires niche. Now when you start to look at Melt, Melt has no niche, and she is just this strong. I want you guys to think about this, because this means that Melt quite literally beats everybody down here as an alter ego. Melt deals 1.5 to most of these enemies. These other people are dealing 2.0. That's how strong Melt is. Melt is literally knocking on the door to people like MHXA. That's pretty nuts, because if you guys remember, MHXA is no slouch for damage. And she has double niche, which I actually don't think Avalon put on here. But yeah, there's just some really, really, really strong things that some of these units can do. We are talking some of the strongest units in the game, like Ozzy, okay? And Melt is now knocking on the door. So I'm okay with Melt being strong. I'm okay with Melt being a good unit. But the problem is, this is an alter ego. You're going to see the others are not, one is not like the others, right? Melt is the alter ego compared against the Berserkers, the Assassins, the Riders, and the Casters. To find the next alter ego, down, down, down you must go to Seatonai, down here at the bottom of the list. I also specifically asked Avalon to include Uesugi Kenshin. And the reason why is because Kenshin, while her damage is not the most stellar, it's still pretty good considering she can 3-turn and stuff, but she is neutral. However, what Kenshin does is what Melt now does, in the fact that Melt buff strips with her NP before damage goes out. Prior to this Melt buff, Melt could still do that, but the NP had to land first, meaning that, somebody could kind of stop you. You might need to take something like Invuln Pierce or something like that, just in case. Now, you can't stop Melt. It goes out before the damage. She literally will flush it down the toilet. That was Kenshin's major deal and what she did. So this does kind of hurt Kenshin in that regard. She's still going to be a good unit, but yeah, I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't know what the devs are thinking with this buff. This buff is almost too strong. It is just making Melt kind of a set it and forget it type of unit. Like, okay, you can beat Melt with these units. You don't need them, though. We're already talking ridiculous damage numbers here. So Melt's doing so much, so good of damage, you don't have to have any of these units if you don't desire. Melt's going to be perfectly fine for the vast majority of scenarios. So, to me, the buff doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's still a good buff. It definitely addresses certain issues in Melt's kit. But, yeah, I can't argue with the people sitting here saying Seatonai should have gotten a buff. You're right, she should. I can say that this is a little bit more Melt's time, given the nature of the event and what's going on. So in that regard, I'm okay with the Melt buff happening here. But yeah, this is getting kind of dumb. We're getting this, acceleration and pulling away from the pack for certain units, and everybody else kind of just going like, hey, when am I going to get mine? Now, to be fair, most of these units on here, they're in pretty good shape. But you can see you're starting to get down, especially as you get to like the casters, and the numbers really begin to dip at that point, unless you have some sort of nice niche. So I think we have some problems there, because it's like, okay, well, what should you get? Should you get a single target caster, or should you just get melt? And that's kind of the issue that we face. This is something I've talked about with things like Tiamat, with Kukulkan, with Melisson. It's like when you start looking at a unit and you realize how strong that they are, and you start to see people recommend that unit at the expense of all other units in the game, we kind of have some issues. That's where it's like, okay, there is a one-size-fits-all solution. There shouldn't be. The devs should not allow there to be if they're smart. And that's where I kind of go like, what are you doing? Like, you're kind of making it so that people don't have to roll other options. Certainly it feels good if you're a Melt fan. If you like Melt and you want to roll Melt, it's great for you. But if you're somebody that's like, oh, maybe I like a Melt competitor, or maybe I want to have a more robust like Chaldea or something like that, yeah, you can still do those things, but that Melt is still the elephant in the room at that point. She is so good that it's like, why are you ignoring her type deal? So it's definitely an interesting scenario that they keep putting in. I think this is sort of just something that's going to keep getting discussed, though, as some of the buffs that have recently come out, they do feel strong. And part of the reason to me is they kind of have to be. What I mean to say on this is that, again, even if we take the Melt buff out, let's say the Melt buff didn't happen, right? Yeah, I mean, you still have units like MHX up here dealing 1.4 mil, dealing 2 million if we're against the Saber phase. So certain things can kind of come into play where, yeah, these units just are already strong. How do you buff one of these other units? You kind of have to put them up here with this upper echelon. And that's why we start to see buffs like, say, the Musashi buff, where she didn't even get the standard upgrade. She got an improved version in that regard by getting a like super effective niche, but a super effective niche. So that's kind of what we're beginning to see over time, is that the devs have let some of the like upgrades be lax for years. And it's something that you guys know I've talked about a ton. I've said, like, this group of units really needs some attention. Why aren't they buffing that unit? Why aren't they buffing this unit? It's beginning to catch up to them. After years of them not doing enough, now when they buff a unit, they have to really buff a unit. And we're kind of beginning to see that. In order to keep things competitive, Melt had to jump into this echelon. And that's kind of a weird scenario to find yourself in, because there's so many other units. Like, I can sit here and I can criticize the Melt upgrade, but Melt is now really viable compared to these other units. If you're somebody down here, this is on them. This is on them for just not paying more attention to these units and giving more love to the units on the upper end. So it's like, it's not Melt's fault that these other units haven't received love, haven't received attention. That's the devs' fault. That's the devs needing to kind of pick up the back end and carry it forward. So the only reason why the Melt upgrade is weird is because Melt was somebody that was already strong to begin with. Melt was somebody that wasn't considered to be in a bad spot to begin with. So it's interesting to see them pick her. And I think it's just explainable by, hey, yeah, this is the time period where a Melt buff made sense. That is to say, it's this event, this works if we want to upgrade Melt here. As opposed to, yeah, like it would make no sense for them really to buff Seatonai here unless they wanted to go the whole child servant route type of deal or something like that. I don't know. But that's where, like, I'm okay with them buffing when it makes sense to do so. But we can kind of look back and we can see, yeah, they've had times where they've just missed those buffs. Where it's like, oh, it makes perfect sense for us to suddenly buff, like, I don't know, right? Like again, let's just say Seat and I. Like you get in a scenario where Seat and I makes sense to be buffed, and then they don't buff Seat and I. Then you go like, okay, well that's really weird. Why did you whiff on that? And then time goes on, and we move down the line, and Melt gets a buff, and then you start going like, what the actual hell? Like at that point, it starts to make even less sense to a lot of people. I think if you're somebody that's a fan of one of the units that gets upgraded, there is nothing wrong with being happy for that upgrade. But it's certainly perplexing if you were a fan of one of the competitors, where you go like, why that one? Why not the one that I wanted? Why not the one that I liked? And that's where, again, I think this is something that's beginning to catch up to them. People are beginning to get, I think, a little bit upset over some of these things and being like, look, I just want like my favorite unit to be good. I just want them to be able to hang with the top dogs and stuff like that. So it's like, it's not necessarily that they want their unit to be the best. It's they want their unit to be competitive. And I feel for people like that. I myself have it on certain units. So I get it, right? Like I completely understand. And to me, again, it's a great buff. It's fantastic. Congratulations, Melt fans. But devs, you have got to do better. You can't just buff Melt. Like, let's be honest, chat. They should be buffing more than just Melt here. There are plenty of other units that they could be buffing alongside Melt to make this one particular buff seem less confusing. Seem like, why would you do that, right? Type deal. So at the end of the day, that's really my takeaway from all this is they've got to do better. They've got to begin to kind of bring more of the roster in line. I think that's why you see certain things like, again, looking back, the Yagyu buff and stuff like that. Like Yagyu has needed a buff for years at this point. That is definitely a helpful thing for him, and he still could use another. So yeah, we're at that point where even if you buff a unit, if it's not an insane buff, when's the next one coming is the immediate question. So I think that's an issue that the devs have. And I'm sure they're worried about that thing that we like to call power creep. You definitely have power creep with certain units in this game. When we have this in consideration, you have to consider power creep almost like inflation. Now, inflation is something where it's like, oh, it just raises gradually over time. Same thing with power creep. As you keep releasing new units, there kind of needs to be somewhat incremental increases so that like, hey, like we gave this unit a buff or this new unit coming out is even stronger, like so that it sells the units so that it gets people to roll. Now, for us, if we're free to play, we don't like that, but that is just kind of their business model. It's every gacha game's business model. Power creep will be a thing. There's nothing you can do about it in that regard. But it is interesting to see how, while this is kind of how the scale should look, instead what we end up with in a lot of scenarios is power creep working like this, where it's like, okay, it's still going up, and it's like, oh, it's like, and basically you just end up where it kind of is still going at that like somewhat slow rate, but then a new unit comes out and it jumps up again. That's the problem that we're having in FGO, where instead of power creeping another unit by like 5%, you see them come out with a new unit or something and it power creeps everybody by 30%. And you go like, but why? Right? So that's definitely a problem. I think the devs try to do it because they want the unit to feel powerful. They want people to really be excited for it and roll that unit. But it is a concern at this point in time. I think that is something where as we move on down FGO over the years here, we kind of see it is those particular points where the power creep leapt up all of a sudden, where we end up in a weird spot because of it. Where like, now it's like it's okay to be at like this point over here with power creep, but if you're a unit that hasn't been touched since back here, you're still like this and you're going, what the heck? You're just looking up at the monument the mountain on top of you and going like, what the hell? Like, why are they so far up there when I'm down here? So it's definitely a concern, definitely an issue. BB and Passion Lip didn't, but the other Sakura 5 did. Yeah. They whiffed on the Summer Passion Lip. I didn't think they were going to. I'm dead serious. I thought they were really going to like give it to us at some point, but yeah, they really didn't. They really did whiff on Summer Passion Lip. And it's kind of funny because Nasu talked about it in his thing. And so I want to point this out, chat. Nasu tongue-in-cheek blame Takeuchi. I hate to break this one to you, but I don't think it's Takeuchi, and here's why. You literally had a sprite in game for her, which meant that Takeuchi had to supervise and allow that sprite. So I don't think it was Takeuchi. I think Nasu just didn't want to fit it in this year. I think that's all it is. It's so weird that he said that they wouldn't do it, then showed her in the cutscenes. Yeah, like I said, I would assume he was mostly just being like cheeky, right? I wouldn't take it as an insult or anything like that, but I think that's what was going on. Is he was just like, yeah, we didn't get it in this year, so therefore, oh no, and Takeuchi wouldn't let us, right? Like, it'll be next year together with Summer Chiome as they had on the promotional art. Yeah, sure. Summer Chiome, yeah. You know, here's the best part about this summer chat. Now, since there have been 2 BB summers, I can officially demand Summer Artoria 2. Feels good. I can't wait for like half of our servant roster to be taken up by all the new second versions of the Summer Artorias. That's going to be so great. Like, oh man, I can't wait. Like, can you imagine like Squirtoria dual wielding pistols? Dude, that's going to be amazing. Yeah, I know. This is like chat's worst nightmare. The saber face man just gets more. But yeah, I don't know, right? Like I sometimes I think I look at what the devs do and I go like, that's just stupid. It's not that it's like, it's still a cool thing. People are still happy to have certain units and stuff like that. But it's like, you look at the choice that the devs made and you're like, why did you actually make that choice? Everybody would have probably made a different one. And that's where, again, like I said, it's difficult because we're not the fly on their walls. We don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. So it's kind of tough to tell what it is that they're actually after and they're actually doing. And it just is what it is. I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, I don't know why the devs make certain decisions. I can guess. I can try to predict them, and I've been fairly good at predicting them over the years, but they still manage to slip some by me, chat. Still don't have Summer Alter Lartria? Yep. I'm still waiting on it. What about the servants that still don't have any, though? Who are you talking about? There's no servant out there that doesn't have a summer swimsuit at this point. Yeah, I'm joking. Obviously, there's some that don't, right? Like, and that's what it feels like. Is it feels like you're like, please, sir, may I have a summer swimsuit for my waifu? And Lasagna's like, who? Who are you talking about? I don't remember that unit. Like, it's funny because it got brought up to Nasu as well. As like, hey, can we get a summer Medusa? And he's like, people would want a summer Medusa? Yes, Nasu, people would want a summer Medusa. So, like, and again, same thing. It's like, I assume he's just being cheeky. He knows. It's just like, why did they decide specifically on that roster of units this year? I don't know, chat. I don't get it. Parvati needs one? I'd love a Parvati one. That being said, no, I'm good. I feel like as it is right now, I've kind of had my fill of Sakura faces this year. I low key, and no offense to the soccer fans, but it's like low key, I kind of hope they move on from it this year because it feels like this whole year has been Sakura face inundated. The T's killed me? Yeah. I hate we just got Summer BB2 Electric Boogaloo instead of another unit. Yeah. Yeah, I want to say this, chat. I highly recommend, if you guys haven't already, go follow my boy Mr. Two Love Trouble, but go ask him what his theory was for Dubai and especially like the city of Dubai and for BB. Go ask him what his theory was. His theory was so much better than what the actual story was. And the story wasn't bad. His theory was just way more interesting. He actually came up with a big brain one, and I was like, damn, if that actually happens, that's freaking badass. Like, I can't wait to see them do that. And then they didn't do it. And it's sad, too, because they kind of went down that route and teased certain things that could have led one to such a conclusion, and then they didn't do it. So I was like, oh. Mr. Cat, did you read OC3? I did not. I do kind of know the rough idea of it, though. The dream of Summer Medea that is not Lily vanished forever. I wouldn't say that. At some point, they'll have to choose a new VA for Medea, and that sucks, right? Like, I know we all love the original Medea VA, but they'll have to at some point, I imagine, for some sort of media. I just hope that they pick somebody that will do the role justice, which, again, knowing Japan, they will. That's how Japan likes to operate. They take it seriously, and they won't trample on, her memory. But yeah, it's like I wouldn't say it'll never happen. Is it likely? Yeah, I do agree. It probably isn't likely, especially not right now. They won't want to, they probably won't want to, like, stir that up, right? Opens the gates to units that already got a swimsuit alt to get another. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, can you imagine all the Saber faces getting a second version? Like, oh boy. Look, and I'm going to say this, chat. If they started to do a Summer Fairy Nights version 2.0, and don't take this the wrong way, I might quit the game. And the only reason why I might quit the game is because, chat, what does this event deal with on JP? Like not asking for spoilers, but just general, like, overarching story. It's LB6 again. We are still dealing with LB6. They can't move on from it. It's kind of wild. So if they start going like, all right, but what if we did it again? I'm going to be like, all right, you guys are just out of ideas. Like it's one thing to be like, hey, this is popular, people like it, let's keep, like giving it some attention for a little bit. It's another thing when you're like, yeah, dude, what do we do? I don't know. Let's do LB6 again. Okay. Wood woes summer. Yeah, I'll just be like, oh my god, please no. Like, and I'm not saying they can't ever do anything LB6 again, right? Like, I like LB6 as much as the next guy. It's just they've been very one track in that regard. In the player base, yeah, exactly. I would wish for it to happen. So, Zaruku, you would wish for it to happen. I'm telling you, it would have extremely negative repercussions for the game if it did. I guarantee it. Like, it's a be careful what you wish for, because it would absolutely upset people. There are people that have like had it up to here with that stuff. I'm certainly not one of those. I can definitely deal with that. But to me, it's like, that would be a huge sign of like, oh shit, they actually don't know what to do. They are just retreading. They are just swimming in a circle, basically. The only one that needs a summer one is Breedamark. Yeah, see, like, I'd be okay with Breedamark getting a summer version or something like that. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they can't touch LB6 again. I'm saying they need to be cautious about how they do so, and they need to not make LB6 the consistent, constant focus like they have been. Cad would quit over getting another Summer Arturia face Morgan, fake fan. No, I would quit because it would be a sign at that point that the game is going to die and basically that the developers are just milking it for every last cent before it does. Like that's why I'm saying that. Dad, do you remember when Arcuid came out and people were like dooming? And they were like, my God, the game's going to end. And I was like, no, it's not. There's still time. They're still going to do plenty of stuff, right? Like that. And that's the truth. Like it really wasn't ending right there. But yeah, it's like if they did that, that would be Arcuid, not 2.0. That would be like Arcuid 4.0. That would be a huge signifier of like the developers are just like running out of shit to do. There's also Japanese people who are tired of it. Yeah, well, because I think if you're a Nasu fan, the Nasu verse is pretty big, and you kind of want them to move on. You kind of want them to cover other stuff. Like, I know people have been really excited to have a lot of the extra stuff get covered here. So it's the same deal. It's like, okay, cover it, give it its due diligence, do some cool stuff with it, then move on to the next thing. Cover the next thing. That's what people are asking for them to do. Basically, keep things fresh, right? And I'm just teasing. Yeah, I know. And I just want people to understand, like, while I'm not fully serious when I say stuff like that, I kind of am. I'm saying that would be a huge warning sign if something like that happened. It's just me entertaining the possibility. Do I actually think they would do it? No. For that exact reason. I think the developers are not stupid people. I think they would absolutely understand what that would signify to the player base if they pulled that shit again. Give me Strange Fake and FGO. Right, yeah, there's another one that a lot of people would like. And I do think you'll probably start to see something Strange Fake in the next year here. Same with Saberface. See, I agree, but I disagree. Are they doing what's popular? Yes. But part of the problem with this is they've never given it a rest ever since it became a thing. Such to the point that LB6 dominated the 2 years since it came out. And even in the years since then, it has still continued to be a thing. So that's like kind of my point here is it's less, oh, we're going to throw out a saber face every year. We're going to throw out one of the three main protagonists every year. And more, hey, we just can't get off this particular subject matter. That's the bigger concern. Like, for instance, and I'll give you guys another example of this. Do you know what I would kill for? I'd kill for a Camelot Redux. I'd kill for some more information on Camelot rather than LB6. It's very similar in style and tone, but it's a different set of characters that haven't gotten as much attention. So, yeah, it's there you go, right? Like, there's infinite things they can go back to and brush up on and still get more out of it. And then if they spend enough time doing other things, then yes, they can come back to LB6 again. But I hate to say it, every single time this subject comes up, it is like people take major offense to it, partially because I think some of people's favorite characters are from LB6. And it's like, that's fine. I understand you want to see them, but you can't be too greedy. You have to let other people get some stuff, right? Like, that's my big takeaway. It's the same thing with me as a Saberface. I want my Saberfaces. I love my Saberfaces. But as long as I get like my 1 or 2 a year, I'm happy. You won't hear me really complain too much about that. I don't sit there and go like, why haven't they done this? Why haven't they done that? I usually am just like, all right, cool. I'm good. Like, did they meet their quota this year for me, chat? Yes, they did. Where's Aggravate at? Yeah, exactly. So it's like they still have plenty of unexplored, undone stuff. Again, chat, there's always somebody. It's usually Strom. There's always somebody in chat that's bringing up the Tamamos. So, like, it's not like they don't have other characters that are popular. And that's my counter argument to anything that where people claim they're only doing LB6 because it's popular. The counterpoint is, so is everything else in FGO. So is everything else in Fate. Like, Nero is popular. Tamamo is popular. The Sakura 5 are popular. Literally any of the other IPs they're also worthy of that attention. So yeah, to me that's a false like argument basically. Aren't we still missing roundtable nights? Yeah, we've kind of gotten most of the bigger ones, right? There's certainly things like Boars and K and stuff like that, but I mean, technically K is an FGO. But yeah, it's like, can they do more? Yes, absolutely, and obviously aggravating. But it's just one of those deals where it's like, will they? I don't know. It would require them to write a story about that, and I don't know, right? Like, will they actually take the time to do that? That's, to me, part of the issue, I think, at this point is that they're kind of stuck with a particular formula. This is a little bit the issue with the game has been that they are getting formulaic and they're getting predictable. Not necessarily like you can predict everything that's going to happen in the story, but in the sense that, like, the story is a known quantity, you largely know where it is headed, and you kind of have a idea of what they're going to pull on you next. And that's because they have laid this out, and we're at a point where it's like, okay, we've gone through all of part 2. We know the story and the overarching themes of part 2. Now they're doing Ordeal Call. We know the story and the overarching themes of Ordeal Call. So yeah, we're kind of at the point where the only unsolved thing is potentially the ending and, you know, what will happen in the next chapter specifically. That's it. Otherwise, the game's solved in that regard. We kind of know. So to me, I think it would be to their benefit to get to part 3 so that things can become more unpredictable, less formulaic, where we don't know everything that's coming, where all of a sudden, hey, what's the next story chapter going to be? I don't know. Oh shit, it's like, I don't know, somewhere in like the Middle East or Africa or like South America, actually. Like, you could just throw out any number of places, do a story there, and boom, there you go, right? Like, and I'm not saying that they will. I'm saying they'll definitely plan it. They'll definitely write the story for it. But yes, part of the problem at this point is, like, Cosmos and the Lost Belt and Ordeal Call are absolutely known at this point for what is going on. This makes things less exciting. This makes things far more predictable as a result. So even if they make a change in the story, a twist, a turn, you still kind of know the broad strokes, the bounds by which the game will end up in. Going to be fighting against us in the finale of the LB on behalf of humanity? Yeah, maybe, right? Like, I'm trying to avoid being summoned, yeah. They make all events later LB related, and they just make an event that is like a repeat every time. Yeah, and I don't like that, right? Like, I definitely think they need to get away from that. Because I agree. It's like everything. So chat. People can argue with me on this one, but I know I'm right from having played the game all these years. People will sit here and tell me that I'm wrong, wherein I say that for the first couple years, I'm going to say like years 1 through 4, story was certainly a big thing, but there was largely this bifurcation again, this dividing of the two sides. You had story and you had events. Events would have story, but they didn't necessarily relate specifically back to the main story. Nowadays, from like years 5 onward, everything is story. Everything is just more story. They're like every event, every campaign, everything is all tying into the main story. And while that's interesting, it is also restrictive. It means that everything has to tie into the main story in the dev's eyes. They have to make it all work. So that's part of their issue overall, right? Like, they need to kind of break the loop there and just be like, kind of how they do occasionally with like Summer, and be like, this event happened. It's its own scenario. When did it happen? Who knows? Who cares? It happened. They used to do that with Summer all the time. Now it feels like everything is again known. We know when it happened. This is when it happened in the timeline. This is what it related to. This is why it happened. As opposed to like, why did this happen? I don't know. Shit happened. Someone got their hands on a grail. How? I don't know. And a little bit that allows you to be more spontaneous, more creative. It allows for a little bit more of a, like, you're suddenly in a scenario you don't expect and don't know what the solution is. Versus, like, you can see they almost get to the point where they tongue-in-cheek it again, where they go like, okay, you know, we all know what's going to happen next. We know so-and-so is going to have stolen the grail. We know so-and-so is going to have done this for benevolent reasons. It's just their idea of why they wanted to like help or do something, right? They're not truly evil. That's not why they did it. It's predictable, right? Part 3 is just the first 7 singularities, but you're back in time to stop some evil from messing it up and destroying humanity by screwing your past self when you were young and naive. Yeah, like, and I've said this before, it's like I can come up with a part 3 that would be interesting. They could write some unique stories, and it would have nothing to do with parts 1 through 2, really. But you could still call back to it. What's that? Well, for instance, let's say part 2, we have now restored humanity. We have basically gotten rid of the bleached earth. We have saved the world a second time. Not only are we a mage that saved the world once, we have saved the world a second time. As a result, the government is like, whoa, what are you doing, mage? You're just some random scrub mage with no training, and you just saved the world twice, and you have essentially a paramilitary organization at your back that is one of the strongest organizations in all of humanity because of the sheer amount of servants and capability that it has as a fighting force. You could topple governments, you could take over the world. We need to take you out, so we are going to send the sealed designation enforcers after your ass. And as a result, we go, oh, hell no, we don't want to lose, we don't want to die, and we decide to run off. We book it. We are on the run as of that point. Congratulations, there's your new story prompt. And that would be interesting. Basically, companies only want you to repeat your greatest hits. Yeah, I do get that. And that's probably what's going on behind the scenes as Aniplex and Sony are like, Nasu, just do it again. Do it again, Nasu. Good luck catching me in the Servantverse. Yeah, it's like, have fun smelling my poops, bitches, as you run off with your summoning briefcase and mash in hand. And then it becomes a like espionage assassination like thriller, right? Do the fate thingy again. Yeah, something Grail War. And it's like I think that would be a more interesting take on things. If Gouda runs, no one could catch him. Oh, especially if he had the help of servants, right? But Cad, that'll happen in FGO2. You're right. How dare I, right? And so that's what I'm trying to say is like, please don't take this as me like bashing the game or bashing the devs too much. I have my criticisms, but I like to be constructive. I think there are ways that they can still make the game good. They can still improve things. They can still, again, have intriguing stories and stuff in the future. And the reason that you will hear me criticize is I want the game to improve. I really want them to do better because I think they can, and I think they make enough money to do so. So it is what it is. I really want to see them kind of break out of the mold to an extent. Obviously, if they do too much, there is risk there. There is, problems with people might not like it. But I think the game could use a swift kick in the pants at this point. It needs something. It needs to kind of shake things up a little bit. Arcade gameplay in an open world Fate game. I don't know about arcade gameplay specifically, but like, yeah, I as cool as that would be, right? It's fun to think about that sort of thing, but unfortunately, I'm just a skeptic for that sort of stuff at this point, mostly because I've just seen how like Lasingle operates. We do know Lasingle has a couple other irons in the fire. They've admitted they have other projects. We don't know if those projects, though, are like, hey, we're just low-key on the side out here translating something for Nasu, so that it's localized or something, or like, hey, we're actually working on a new game. Or if Ono's just out there and he's like, yo, bro, I just want a fighting game again, right? Like, and I'm sure people would love a fighting game, but I'm also sure that a fighting game would not capture nearly the audience that FGO has. So it's like, if that's their next thing, it's like, yeah, that does feel like a whiff in that regard. So to me, it's like, yeah, I hope that if they're working on something, it is FGO Part 3, or it is some sort of newer, bigger project that can carry the franchise at that point, right? Clock Tower deciding to arrest and imprison MC. Yeah, I could see it. Yep, that's another one. And you could go to the Clock Tower. We could be like, hey, we've saved the world, but we have no formal actual training. Let's go become a proper mage. And so it's like, you could have a sort of like, you know, shonen reboot arc where instead of losing our powers, we never had the powers to begin with. And so instead we just go to school, right? And then all the intrigue and stuff that could happen with that. I can see part 3, villain killing Ritsuka in the beginning, and then Ritsuka is a servant who's summoned to the areas, like servants in the early LB chapters. I hope not. I really hope they don't do that, because that would just make me groan, right? Sakura Tyson 2.0? Yeah, please no. To be fair, the whole reason that failed, the whole reason Sakura Wars failed, chat, is because the person that was running it was a total jackleg. Saber and Fortnite win? Dude, you joke. I'm actually surprised it hasn't happened. Like actually, unironically. I could easily see if whatchamacallit, god damn it, I keep wanting to say Last Encore, and Samurai Remnant for some reason. Strange Fate. I could easily see if like Strange Fate comes out next year, and if it's even remotely popular, that Fortnite goes, hey Aniplex, give us Fate. And then all of a sudden we get like Darth Vader fighting Saber in Fortnite, and then like Goku flies by, 360 no scopes both of them and drops the gritty. Like, yeah, I can see all of that happening, because that's just the stupidity of how Fortnite is nowadays. New Excalibur relic, yeah. Gilgamesh in Fortnite shooting mongrels with a pump shotgun go burr. Well, yeah, I mean, he'd have to do like Gate of Babylon though, right? Like, he'd have to just be sitting there with his arms like crossed, and it's just like there's a gun floating next to him shooting people. And then he just laughs. He does his and everybody fucking dies. Cad quit FGO? No. I still like the clip with Sasuke doing the AK-47 no jutsu. Yeah, let me dab on you after I sit here. I shoot you, or sorry, you're down on the ground. You're downed. I weave my hand signs, pull out my AK-47, and pop you. The archer class is truly made out of archers. No, that's when you pull out the people die when they're killed. That's the appropriate line when you shoot someone in Fortnite. People die when they're killed. Yes, I know. I just killed them. But yeah, that's I don't know. I think that's just like, that's how it is at this point in time, chat. Let me switch over. We're gonna be doing some more WoW. I obviously don't have too long here, but we could probably get something going, because not too much more going on in FGO at the moment. Chat, we'll probably be doing again like Burrito Mart tomorrow. I gotta like sit down and actually talk with Avalon about numbers on her, but yeah, that should be the focus, the foci. And we'll see. Like, I actually hope that that JP keeps pumping out upgrades. I think it's a good thing for them to do, especially if they like do it over time. I think it actually will allow them to kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like keep attention on the game. I think that's something FGO needs at this point, given how dead it kind of got there for, you know, the prior event. And so it's like I low key am hoping that they kind of that they kind of continue that. I'm sorry, I just was gone right there. Ken, it could be worse. Fate X Call of Duty like Helsing and Gundam. I mean, I'll be honest with you. You say that's worse. That's probably better because I'd be more likely to play Call of Duty than Fortnite. And that's just the truth of the matter, right? We still have LUA air. I need to see if Rare Finder got that upgrade because it's definitely continuing. Still haven't received the response to my ticket. I got a response earlier today. So again, chat, I've been playing WoW most of the day because I didn't have anything to do in that regard. Like I didn't get to go to work because I was waiting on the fence people. So I have done quite a bit of the stuff. I was gonna say I don't know who all's on. Who the heck is Muzai? This man making a Drakthir warrior. SMH my head Ash. But yeah, the anniversary update's been kind of a mixed bag. There's some really cool stuff in it, but also the devs are kind of being butts, where they kind of want you to just keep doing stuff over and over again. Actually, if no one else is on, well, actually, Ash, are you around? Yeah, Ash, do you wanna do a stone vault with me real fast? Because I gotta do one for the weekly, anyways. Can? Okay. Yeah, I'll run through it with you. Give me a sec. No second. Yeah, I'll drop into VIP 3 real fast in case you want to join, but you don't have to either if you just want to sit in VIP. Give me a sec, that character isn't leveled. No, that's fine. I was gonna say you can go on that character if you want. I don't know what level Stone Vaults is, so because I don't think like for the weekly, I don't think I have to do any particular Stone Vault. I think it's just like as long as it's Stone Vault.
Stone Vault needs to be heroic or higher.
Does it?
Yes.
I didn't realize. Let me see. I'm caught. No. That's meta quest. Yeah, Scarred and Corruption Purged. This is it. You're sure? Because it doesn't say that.
Mine did. Might have different ones.
Maybe. I don't know if it's like random as to which one you get per week. Oh no, the boys are back in town? Yes. I'm sorry, Bob. Listen, Bob, at least this time I didn't drop right into VIP and scare you off this time. Bob doesn't want his voice to be heard on stream. Which is understandable. I never want to make anybody like come on stream if they don't want to be. Nice. And some sales.
Oh, it is just any stone vault.
Yeah, like I said, if you want to do it on alt, that's fine. I don't think I have anybody that can... Well, you know what? I can run it on one of my alts. I have been disconnected.
Is it 80?
Yeah, they're 80, but I can still probably get some gear out of it. I'll probably do it on the DK. Because the DK doesn't have jack shit for gear, so... Don't worry, you'll do that next week. I mean, I now have 3 level 80s, and I need to sit down and actually, like, figure out who I want to level next. I had the Paladin part way up, and that's probably who it'll be, but we'll see. Some of your talents have been reset due to changes in the tree. Oh, right, I'm Frost. Wait, it didn't reset. Oh, it only reset the Deathbringer stuff.
Yes.
That's so weird.
Some of the stuff in there has changed. You should definitely look over it.
Yeah, let me, I was actually reading about Fire Mage. They apparently nerfed Fire Mage, which is like... Why? It didn't need it, essentially. So it was like, it's really weird to me that they did that. Let me see. Frost, DK.
Request. You don't have to walk over to the person.
Oh, I didn't. Can you reshare it? Sorry. Yeah, it's still the same one. So I like this chat. WoW allows you to like copy talents, like builds from other sites. And you can literally just like import and be like, boom, here's my new thing. So. Wait, what is this? Anti-magic zone. Nani? Is that a new thing? No, that was a fast queue. Oh, this is your guardian tree. You didn't have the tank.
Wanted content.
That's true. This does speed up the queue, so now chat doesn't have to sit here bored. Yeah, I don't think this character can do, yeah, it's only 544. I was gonna say, I don't think this character can do,
so here we are.
Call it yet.
High Speaker Irish.
Oh god, I have to remember how to play this class.
He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a...
Oh god. Oh god, hold on. My... Ah, there we go. And I get feared immediately.
I need to get closer. It's too far.
Yeah, I heard they nerfed Obliterate a little bit, and that like most of the cooldowns got reductions of like 22%, but I'm not sure. Go to 607 Unholy DK alt. DK or Unholy super fun. That's what Ash keeps telling me. I've just never played Unholy, so I couldn't begin to tell you.
Right.
Well, as with anything, if I have to try it, I have to read about it. Don't make me read. Usually I want to read so I at least understand the basis of like how it's supposed to work. I could try to intuit it and I'd get pretty close, but I'd probably still be messing some stuff up. So.
You remember what we told you yesterday? We're okay with that.
I know. Yeah, it's like if it were all you guys, I wouldn't mind. If it's like with pugs, I'd probably rather not. Just so that way they're not like, oh, who the heck is this scrub?
Yeah, I'm the leader of the group, so I don't care. I'll kick him.
Until you DC.
I need to get closer.
No, I'll kick him.
La da 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 da.
It's too far.
I really need to find something that's going to help with the tab targeting, because it feels so
What's this?
wrong sometimes.
Golem fused with
Later.
something else? Titanic earth and
Later?
technology enhanced with magical
And that on that
openings.
makes the bars for people's heads much more important and highlights people and things that need to be targeted right away.
Defense protocols. Seismic protocol activated.
Okay. I forgot I needed to put that up earlier.
Dominated trigger identified.
Fun fact about this boss, these volatile spikes, if you hide behind it, the refracting green does no damage to you.
Seismic protocol activated.
Yeah, well, not no damage, but very little.
Lots of...
Nope, it doesn't. You know how many times I've stood behind one?
I didn't take damage when I did.
Seismic protocol activated.
You'll still take some chip.
Trigger identified.
I'm out of range.
Unless maybe that's like a mythic or something thing, I don't know.
It's not ready.
All systems.
Oh, I forgot the execute. I always forget the execute.
Down.
Yep, there you go. There's an upgrade.
Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
Oh, I totally forgot my freaking death and decay too. God damn it.
I need to target someone.
Yeah, like that's the hard time I'm having is like just actual uptimes. Just mash buttons. Low key, that is Frost. Like you just kind of spam obliterate and then you just kind of do anything else that activates. That's one of the things about it. It's like it's not very hard to play. It's just a priority order most of the time. Like you kind of there is more to it than that, but it's like if you were to just kind of do that, you could do a pretty okay thing. A lot of WoW is like you really kind of need to sync up your cooldowns. Like, see, I'm pretty sure I missed that one right there. And I can try to zoom in more so that chat can see. Normally I like to keep my camera zoomed out a lot so that like I have good vision over the fight, but it's difficult if you guys are like watching the stream to actually like be able to make out what's going on, right?
You ever interrupt on your bot?
Yeah, why?
Interrupt the mender when they do restorative.
That?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the other one, so I don't have it yet, but... It shouldn't really matter at this level. It's definitely a thing at, like, Mythic, right? But, for this... Nah.
Well, we definitely should practice it.
Yeah, it'll speed up the run, but... I don't think I can pull these big guys.
No, you cannot do it.
Yeah, I've never learned, like, what can be and can't be gripped other than, like, you know, size sometimes. Current main is a survival hunter. They made some changes this patch to it, and new rotation's really fun. I actually just started leveling my survival hunter today because I used to have a hunter and a rogue and a shaman that were max level, and my shaman and hunter got level squished, so they were only like level 28 somehow. I guess because they were only max level in like Wrath, right? But so I went back in today since I didn't have much else to do while I was waiting on the fence guys, and I actually leveled both the shaman and the hunter up to 30 just so I could like start to use some of the like molten core tokens and stuff on them and clear out some of my bank space. But yeah, I actually was doing a survival build, and it was funny because at first I was like, wait, why can't I use any of these skills? And I realized it's because I had a ranged weapon equipped, and I was like, oh right, survival is melee. So I had to like open one of the boxes and actually get the stuff out.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated.
Detected. Is it molten metal is what we want to interrupt?
Yes. Molten metal passing into our sector.
Build it up.
2 seconds.
Got her.
Countermeasures on.
Orb is coming. The safe spot is here.
Break it down.
Big orb. Big wave. Big wave.
I don't think it does it on this one. Yeah. Oh, we killed her, didn't we?
Someone's gonna hit hard there, but I got it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Ignite.
Are you pondering it? Dost thou ponderest thine orb?
Normal bear.
The fur.
Ponder the tree.
Ignite.
Do you hug it? Do you scratch it?
I smoke it.
Oh. So it's a dank tree, huh?
So much left
And you can see oh god, that wasn't even close in damage. How are you second?
Look for another main cart. If it's here,
Jesus.
we might as
Oh,
well
that's an
use it,
upgrade too.
unless
What
you'd
the
rather
hell?
walk.
You were actually top damage there.
Oh yeah, like it wasn't even close, which again, if you're the second damage into the tank, it shouldn't be, right? Like, but that's, I assume they're just under geared or something. I don't know. Oh god, we dying.
I need to get closer.
Are they coming?
I'm out of range.
They're probably just hoping because they just don't know how to realize that the body is dead and looped and scooped.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, thank you, thank God. Finally got some healing. It's like I had to get the proc to be able to use my death strike, and I don't remember what the proc for that is. Oh, bracers. Oh, they're male bracers.
No,
BOE male bracers. Yo.
You don't need the proc, you just need to have the runic power.
Yeah, maybe. What is the runic power? 35? Okay, yeah, that's why. Probably because I was spending it on the frost strike. I always forget that that's runic power and not whatchamacallit, runes. Yeah, such amazingly named resources. What do you use for that? Runic power. What do you use for that? Runes.
I'm out of range.
All right then. I do. So chat, this ticket is a ticket to see if they can restore my mage after all these years. I am hoping that they give me some kind of answer.
You ready for this?
Ready for what?
I need to get closer. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need to target something else. I don't have a target yet. I need to target something first.
See? Easy.
Pretty good damage, you know.
I would be a lot better if I'd spend more time on this class. that's the truth of the matter. I just don't play this alt very often.
You should. Be surprised how much you'd enjoy other stuff if you just put time in it.
Oh, I do. I've been playing Evoker. I've been enjoying Evoker.
Alright, let's make that the new name.
No.
I'm pulling in LOS, by the way.
A golem fused with scarred and corruption? Fascinating.
They don't really want to LOS. When I played Survival, it was still ranged. Well, it used to be that hunters used to be able to have a melee and a ranged weapon. I don't know why they changed that. It's stupid to me, but it is what it is. It's kind of like how mages used to be, like a lot of your casters used to be able to have like a wand, right? And so if you actually like ran out of mana, you could just start wanding the target almost like an auto attack. And I like actually low-key kind of missed that. Whereas now like a wand is just an actual weapon and it's usable.
I need a target. It's still itching.
Probably just stay in that, shouldn't I?
What advice you don't?
But I'm melee.
Well, can't guarantee your safety, sir, but you can do whatever you please.
Oh, I forgot that cooldown. That's the other issue, is there's so many cooldowns that I sometimes forget to pop some of them.
All your buttons should be gray with the timer on it. That's the best thing I should recommend.
You're not wrong. That's basically how WoW works. It's just, there is strategy to like syncing up some of the buffs, right? I do a lot of like staring at my bars, but you'll notice this is also why I turn my character up, is so that like I can see if anything happens very quickly to my character or like the surrounding environment. And that's one of the reasons I'm fluid enough to be able to react to AoEs and be able to do stuff. I like to keep the center of my screen clear, which is one of the reasons I don't like how they have the UI at the moment. I know I can change that, but I'm lazy and don't want to have to customize it for every character. Of course.
I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
There he is.
You can see I'll just shadow the tank like 9 out of 10
Beyond
times.
saving.
Especially as a
This seems like
melee.
poetic justice, but
Oh, he moved.
let's finish this.
Got the mender. I'm gonna focus on the mender. Gotta get him dead.
I'm out of
One off the Balboa.
I need to get closer.
Get the totem.
Wait, am I actually getting the totem? It's so difficult to tell. Yeah.
I need a target.
Yeah, they really sneak things in like that are small.
It's too far.
Totem's going on. You got it.
Where is it?
The rocky boulder.
Why is it immune?
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
Actually, how many WoW players do we have here?
I'm out of range.
Whee!
It's too far.
Oh, it's the first thing he says. Make fun of the word with the first thing he said.
Oops. Yeah, I forgot it doesn't drop that. Wait, empower rune weapon.
I'm out
Yes,
of range.
refunds 2 of your runes, it gives you runic power. Immediately.
Well, whoops. Leg plates of broken crust. Also an upgrade. Got 3 drops and they were all upgrades. I told you, this is like, I knew if I took this character, it would just actually give upgrades, right? Like, because I haven't bothered to try to get this one ready for like heroics and stuff. I blitzed the evoker instead. Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to finish leveling off the frost DK so that I got the extra bonus from leveling another class, and that's when I switched over. Oh wait, this got the daily done on my ult though. So now I have to run so nauseous. Get off my
What,
face.
Psycho?
Damn it!
Did-
I played myself.
No, you didn't. You got your three. You got 3 upgrades. You got a daily done, and then you got some money.
The Titans will
Yeah, you're
return.
not wrong. Just it's like, man, earth encrusted gem available, weather crests available.
Yep, that's the upgrade vendor to the right.
Where?
Upgrade E. You need to leave instance group so you can get back to town.
What do you mean? I'm in
You'll
town.
find me
Are you in town?
wherever the action is.
Come here.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Yeah, you want to skip that.
Keep your eyes on the horizon. Inquiring minds.
Yeah,
just
I was
got
just like,
to
huh?
know. Travel
He
safe.
basically sends you on a fetch quest for like 40 minutes to go do stuff. And it's
Oh
just-
yeah, no, you say 40 minutes, I say 2 hours. I used to play, but it's been a while. That's all good.
Where are you going? Come back here.
Where am I going?
Go to the upgrade person. Come here.
Bro, I don't see you. You're not here.
What do you mean?
You can't see this player because they're in a different phase. They can join your phase by visiting a sanctuary, such as Valdrakken, Oribos, or Dalaran.
What in the Sam hell?
That is what it is.
Alright, go to the upgrade person you normally would upgrade with your Valor Stones. Talk to the person on
Oh.
the right instead of the person on the left.
With the Harbinger crest,
The
dude.
skies
Yes,
called
and
to
you
me.
choose the option to trade. Also, take the quest. 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 I'm
Farewell.
gonna give you free stuff
Be bold.
from that person you're staring
Be
at right
true.
now.
Yep.
We have slept long
I need more
enough.
Valor Stones.
God damn it.
We could put
Well,
these
it's
BOE
okay,
bracers.
'cause They refund you with 100 Valor Stones for completing that, and then they also do it for like talking to the vendor and then like buying stuff from them. Also, he should probably, since you did some of the time walking dungeons already, right?
I
Yeah.
have an extended
Go
supply
to
of
Caverns of
goods
Time,
for
and
Outlanders.
then go to the time walking vendor, and then gear up that character with your time walking badges. If assuming you're not
My
saving them.
directive is
No, I'm
to
saving
serve
them.
you.
Saving them? Okay.
Yeah, I definitely want to use those.
I'm about to go over there and go use some of mine real quick.
I think, given the fact that this is going to be around a long time, it's going to be easy to like keep doing time walking dungeons and spam that. So I got no problem doing that sort of thing. I think the bigger problem is going to be the raid. So I did all 3 of the Blackrock Depths raids in Raid Finder, and it took forever, and I got 38 keys. You need 40 to buy anything.
Yep.
So it's like, wow, you can run literally everything and still not like actually have enough to buy something.
Yep.
I was like, that's just oof, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, did I tell you I got Ashes of Alar?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was again, waiting on the fence guys this morning. I didn't want to go into like a dungeon where like, oh hey, I'm queued up and now like the dude arrives and I gotta like, go AFK in the middle of it. So I was just doing like some transmog runs, working on some other things like leveling those characters. And so I was like, oh okay, I'll go into the eye, I'll run it, see if I can get the Ashes of Alar to drop. I sit there, get to Kael'thas, mock him for his stupidity and how long he takes to sit there and emote before you finish the fight. Go through that, wait on the 5 minutes of him talking and sending his stooges after me, beat them all, loot his stuff, fly back to town, start vendoring it, and then go like, wait a minute. One of these is not like the rest. And I was like, oh shit, I got the mount drop. I didn't even realize it when it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a rare mount, chat. It's a Phoenix mount. What was I gonna do? I was gonna go to the Caverns of Time. I guess just go to Dalaran. Raladan.
Oh, wait, why would you do that when you could just take the
Sorry. I said Dalaran, but I totally meant Orgrimmar. I have no idea why I said Dalaran. It's completely off. I'm still not sure I want to race change my my mage. Because the Blood Elf armor be looking fine. I actually have it transmogged at the moment. This is the Blood Elf armor, chat. This is a really, really nice appearance overall. But yeah, in the most recent patch now, a bunch of them can be the Drakthir, that dragon race that my evoker is. And so it's like, I kind of want to change some of the classes to it, but I'm having second thoughts.
Yeah, be very, very careful before you do that.
Yeah, I am. If I ever have second thoughts, I just don't do it and just sit there and think about it more.
Is the safest bet because
What
listen,
you
let me tell
looking
you
for?
that I'm leveling this Fury Warrior that used to be an Orc and now I made it a Drakthir and it's like, yeah, this looks great. However, when I'm in dragon form and I Blade Storm, I look like a giant spinning Beyblade.
Well, that's why you don't do it in your dragon form, you do it in your normal form.
Right, I made that mistake.
I do like this Cold Flame set. Shame though, because it doesn't look like it's an entire set.
I do need to level my warrior.
Oh yes, I can get glasses.
Bye-bye now.
Need to level your warrior? Yeah, that's... I probably should level mine. I don't think the Fury nerfs are actually nerfs. I think it's like... They kind of just shifted some stuff around and even buffed some stuff, so it's like it seems like they're almost even better for single target, but like their AoE has fallen off some. But yeah, the thing I'm saving for is probably that evoker set. I need to buy it because they just don't have a lot of unique glams for evoker. And it's 60 of the celebration tokens, which those are actually the gated thing. It's difficult to get the celebration tokens. Look at what Creamy was saying.
That, though, because remember you're a male user, so it's like you have to figure out what male sets actually look good.
Oh well, I'm probably gonna end up buying all these sets, but the thing about it is they get cheaper over time. So the first set costs you 60, then the next set I think is like 40, and then every set after that is like 20. So it's like, yeah, it's nice because like the first one's gonna suck, but apparently too, like they're uncapped farmable after you get your first 100 celebration tokens. So it's like, I don't know, but it'd be what it be.
Up next, we have...
Go in peace.
Severed Threads Weekly. Oh, okay. So I can go to Aj-Kahet and do that. You need to hit the 100 mark as quick as you can. Yeah, and it's difficult because there's not a lot that actually gives it. Like... I did the special weekly assignment. Hazalgar World Boss Kill. Is there a World Boss we can queue for, Ash?
No.
You're sure?
I'm leveling the warrior at the moment. I'm not available for world bosses.
So I'm gonna queue for the world boss. I have no idea how to do this. Let's see.
If you venture the world and look on your map or open your world map for Khadroth, there should be on one of the regions a world boss that is up as a world quest. You just need to fly near it, get the quest to pop up, and then you do the group finder.
Do you actually have to like be near it?
You need to be near enough to the world quest to see it. Yes. Short answer is yes.
Oh, I think Creamy said it's the dude in Aj-Kahet. Which is weird because I don't see it on the map. Oh my god. How did I end up in a tree? I wanted to go down.
No tree, only down.
Yeah, and look. But it's funny because half of this expansion just occurs like underground. Like, I guess the equivalent would be the Underdark in D&D, or like the Deep Roads in Dragon Age. Like, this just exists down underground. This is like the whole Dwarven zone. Stupid LUA error. And then be able to get into Ajkahet that way. Either way, I have to go there anyways for my other stuff. Oh my god. Sees something on the map, Rare Finder loses his mind. Orta the Broken Mountain for the world boss? Where is Orta the Broken Mountain?
Orta?
Orta.
Orta?
Orta.
Orta.
¿Dónde está Orta?
¿Por qué no los dos Orta?
Why not both Ortas?
Sí, señor. ¿Por qué no los dos?
There's not dos Orta.
¿Por qué no los dos Orta?
Because. Yeah, there he is. Whee! Don't mind me, chat, just flying underground. Dude. Queen Ansarek kill gives 3. Cannot be done in story mode. Has to be LFR difficulty or above. What dicks? You have to LFR Queen Ansarek. That's just oof. Diggy diggy hole. Yep. Yes, this is the big, like, city of the spiders where you can do a bunch of, like, faction stuff. Spend a lot of time here. I probably should.
All over our prized royal preservatorium.
Oh my god, I hit the freaking thing.
Shines like a
Okay, so I see Orta up.
Show.
I'm flying around him. I'm not getting a quest. Okay, there you go. World quest. Orta the Mountain. So how do I do this?
There should be an eyeball on the bottom where the world quest is at, and then you click the eyeball.
Yep.
And you can either start a group because he's spawned in your current phase, or you could not that eyeball, the world quest eyeball. Like in your quest log that's on your right side of your screen.
What?
If it as AFK a day said, if it tracks the world quest to the bottom right, you
can find group. Okay, I see.
Keep Papega.
You're a Papega.
You're the one that couldn't see it. Nerd.
Wait, canceled?
Probably because may have double clicked.
What? Huh?
Oh yeah, you can start a group because since he's currently in your zone, so start a group.
What if I just join this one?
If you join that one, there's a chance that he may not be spawned over there. But if you guarantee that he, oh sweet baby Jesus.
Look, he's here. Dude, people aren't gonna start a group if he's out there, right?
No, you'd be surprised. They
Shockwave.
You're a smelly purple pants, so how about that?
A purple pants?
You're a smelly purple pants.
Oh, I see.
I need more mana.
Oh boy, you can feel the lag. People are back playing this for the anniversary, dude. Hey, oh my god. My stuff, it just doesn't want to go off.
Knocking back.
Please no knockback.
Shockwave.
Knocking back.
Well, he's certainly a tank and spank at the moment. Hasn't done much in the way of mechanics. Granted, he's not going to get to live long enough to do so.
I'll start clobbering. Give him a second.
No, he no clobber. He dead.
Don't start clobbering.
He no clobber. He die. Okay, so I don't know that that actually gave me anything.
Yes, it did.
Okay, I got it. I got the bronze celebration token from it, but
Yep, that's it.
I'm thinking about picking it back up for the anniversary. The anniversary is always a good time, right? Like in any game, they try to like incentivize you too, and there's a ton of like good stuff to do. There's like 10% rep gains and increased leveling right now for experience, and then there's excuse me, there's again all the like old tier 2 sets that they refurbished. There's the time walking dungeon, which can get you time walking currency, which allows you to buy stuff. There's a new raid that's honestly not that hard to do, at least at the base level. And there's, again, just easy capability to like gear up alts and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a good time to play the game. It's, to me right now, it is the easiest that you would have once you like hit 80, the max level, and needed to gear up to like being able to do a heroic dungeon, which is kind of like your next step. It's the easiest it's ever been right now, because it's very easy to get actual gear rather than having to go run a bunch of like dungeons and hope you get a drop. So instead of spending like a week or something farming that out, you can kind of just go in and hammer out some easy upgrades, which is definitely a nice thing. But you definitely have to be at that point. If you're somebody that's played in the past, you've obviously got characters already, but if you're starting out fresh, that could certainly be a thing. Blade of the General. Complete activities in Kaza and Ashgahat. So when it says activities, does it mean quests or does it mean world activities?
World. All world.
Okay, we go to do world.
You world quests, you do your races, you do your activity. So, for example,
oh right, the races count, don't they?
Si, senor.
I forgot. Yeah, I haven't. I gotta be honest. If there's one weekly that I've always slacked on, it's the rep one. I just haven't cared. But it's like now that it's giving stuff for the anniversary, yeah, I'll do it.
Support to the battle in the west. I need to know which sections of our military are active. Fly through and gather intelligence.
Rare. Okay, come on. Come on, game. Come on, you can fly me faster. Dude, I had this like bomb stuck on my thing. Wouldn't let me take a picture of that thing. There we go. You prefer WoW over 14? Right now, yeah. To be fair, a lot of what aggravated me about 14 was the raiding and how they handled it. I'm still not the hugest fan of like WoW's system. I think there's some things they can do better. But to me, WoW has the best system out of all of them so far. It's kind of the thing that made raiding really popular, and they have done the most innovation to it, and it shows. So it's like, it's one of those things where I think it's there. I think, you know, it's not as easy to just like hug something in WoW, but that's actually kind of a good thing. It means that you have to form relationships. You have to actually like try and get a group in order to do something if you want to do like serious content, right? Because there's all sorts of content. It can be pretty easy to do stuff, but definitely the hardest content, you're gonna have to find a guild, you're gonna have to find a good raid group, people that you can trust, that you know can handle it, which I think is the better way to handle it, as opposed to 14, where there's not very much loyalty. People just kind of do pickup groups. They don't really incentivize using, oh my god, really? They don't really incentivize using guilds. So to me, that wow, I totally bricked this run. Woo! It's gonna fail. Here we go.
The Isles have awakened.
I need to wait for that to replenish. But yeah, it's like, it's just one of those deals where I don't really like how 14 handles it, because it doesn't incentivize guilds. It doesn't incentivize relationships. It kind of is just every man for himself. And I think it's a bad thing. I think internet games, especially game service games, really need to incentivize their communities. I think that's honest to God, like FGO does a poor job of that. And I think a lot of other games could do better with it. So I think it's like, you know, you've heard me over the years and other people kind of bemoan the lack of like lobbies in video games nowadays. Lobbies are where you used to make friends. Lobbies are where you used to like actually like find people to get along with that you never knew before in a video game. Now video games are so like impersonal. You don't you know, talk with other people, you don't deal with other people, and it's just kind of weird, honestly.
Until we meet again.
Okay, so I gotta be careful of that one turn. That one. Dude! What is that? It is such an asshole-ish course. Oh my god. Yeah, this one is spicy compared to some of the original ones.
You and your Drake are exceptional.
Did I get gold? I did. Okay. It's like, oh my god, dude. COD lobbies for the trash talk. Right, but it's like, then you would think about sitting in a lobby for a couple of games and you actually kind of like get to know the people and you get a little bit chummy with them and stuff like that. And it's like, that really is how people formed relationship in video games back in the day, is doing content together over time. That doesn't mean that like you can't form a relationship in Final Fantasy 14 with people that you're like raiding and doing stuff with. You can. It's just not incentivized, and that's kind of a problem. Games need to incentivize that stuff. Oh, there's only the one race here. Feel the same way with 14, and to add on to that, I didn't like the way that they handled class balancing with all of them feeling the same within their respective roles. I'm okay with there being some homogenization with like, okay, hey, damage dealers kind of need to be in a certain range of each other. I think that's good. But I think, yes, they feel almost like the same at times, and it's bad. So I think they struggle with balance, and I'm not going to say that WoW is great at it. I think WoW also does too, but it just kind of is what it is. Discordant creature slain. Is it down? But yeah, that's to me, that's one of the problems that 14 has. 14 is still a great game. 14 still has a ton to offer, especially if you're somebody that hasn't played it. But for someone like me, I played it for years. I did almost all the content it had to offer at the time. I didn't care to do more. And eventually the rating system just really kind of pissed me off. Part of it was just that, like, it really felt like in 14 they wanted you to spend like 20 minutes on a fight, and I think that is just so asinine. In WoW, most fights are like, honestly, like 5 to 6 minutes. The pace of the fights is so much faster. The mistakes happen quicker. You need to adjust and adapt on the fly. And I think it makes for a more dynamic rating scene. I think it actually feels better. It doesn't feel like you're, you know, spending 10 plus minutes on a fight only to have somebody wipe in the final phase and have to do it all over again. I think that's a huge issue with 14. Now, I'm not going to say that WoW doesn't have longer fights. It does. They're just the exception, not the rule. So to me, that's where it's like, yeah, it's probably a... Wait, what? Certain creature slain. Oh, I see. I see.
I need to target something first.
So it's just me and this other mage here just shitting on stuff. I don't like that he's trying to go off and kill his own shit, though, because it's like, this actually goes faster if we each contribute to each other's, rather than him doing it all himself. Coagulated black blood, I see. Wish 14 had some more customizations, maybe a few talents. Yes, I think that's part of the problem, is like you and your build just feel the same as, you know, everybody else's. It's what really differentiates people from each other is gear and skill and nothing else. Now, that being said, WoW certainly feels cookie cutter with the way it handles its talents at times, but there is a difference in it. And some people have preferences. For instance, I can give you guys an example. Mr. Ashu here does not like to use, what is it, Crusader Strike Ash on Paladin?
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's a talent that turns one of your abilities into an auto attack, so it just happens automatically. Ash prefers to press it and use it manually. And I don't blame him, right? It's like, to a degree, the talent's nice because it helps you automate some things, but having some of that, you know, like more fine tuning and precision control can also be good. So there's going to be certain things that are to taste. There's going to be certain things where it's like, hey, I'm building for a raid environment against a single target enemy, and other things where it's like, hey, I'm building for a mythic dungeon level where it's just going to be balls to the wall AoE packs and stuff, and we need to move through it fast. So it does incentivize having different builds, knowing the differences between them and the nuances there. And it does mean that players won't always have the exact same build as each other. And that is kind of nice. For instance, how many times, Ash, did you yell at me for spell steal? And none of my builds had it.
I wouldn't say yell, but ask. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And it's like, no, I don't have it, right? Because none of my builds picked it up, because it's just not a big deal for mages to pick up right now. So it's like, that is what it is. It's like, oh, hey, we expected that you might have it. Let me ask. And then I don't have it at all. Have a great stream. No problem, Field. Have a good one.
I need to get closer.
14 feels so slow to me. It kind of is, it kind of isn't, because 14, the global cooldown is slower, but in 14 you have what's called off globals, and you're supposed to do those way more often than you do in something like WoW. So WoW still has like cooldowns that you'll still pop, but they usually take a global themselves. There are some that don't, but it is definitely a thing. And I think the global in WoW, so like in 14, I think it's what, 2 or 2.5 seconds. I don't remember what the base is. And in WoW, it's like 1 or 1.5 seconds. So WoW is decidedly faster. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing. WoW, though, is way less about a rotation and more about a priority order. Whereas like in 14, it's way more about having a rotation. So it's like, you'll press A, then B, then C, then D, then E, then F. Whereas in WoW, it's like, all right, I'm just going to keep spamming A as long as I can unless B pops up. And then I'm going to use C at these moments when it's a good idea to do so. And that's how it works. So it's like you can see I'm spamming Arcane Blast. I use an Arcane Barrage proc when it comes up. I use Arcane Missiles when it comes up or if I want to move. There's various different considerations that you'll have when you're trying to maneuver your character and do stuff. But yeah, I agree. I actually, in that regard, if there's one area that I can say that I prefer WoW over Final Fantasy XIV, extremely, like, conclusively, it's the combat. I absolutely prefer WoW's combat to 14's. WoW just feels more fun. It feels more fast-paced. It feels like you are doing more. It's not like we don't also weave instance with our cast in WoW. Exactly. And that's also because it's a faster system. It's one of those things where that's exactly why you kind of need to always be casting. It's like any millisecond that you spend not activating a skill is DPS loss. And so it's like that other dude, he didn't spend that millisecond. He's beating you now.
I don't have
Which
a target.
to some people that's a big deal. To me, like I said, I've as a 2-decade veteran of MMOs at this point, not a big deal to me. It's like I like being good, I like being strong, I like doing good damage. But if someone beats me on the DPS meter, it's no skin off my back. Whereas some people, man, they can't handle that.
Like me.
Yep. Well, no, it's like I can usually like give you a reason for why you beat me and why I didn't beat you. I can tell you it's either a gear level thing or a fight specific thing, or maybe I just played poorly, right? Like I could be like, oh yeah, dude, I know you beat me because I fucked up my rotation at this point, right? I'm an aware enough player to be able to realize when something's my fault.
I'm out of range.
I'm beginning to notice some bugs with Arcane Barrage. It's just not culling down the meteors sometimes. But yeah, I don't want to make it sound like WoW was just better than 14. I think they're different games. They have different tastes. I think in all seriousness, if you're trying to like bust into MMOs, 14 may be the easier one to get into. That being said, 14 does have some strange systems that are not like other MMOs. So that is just kind of an interesting thing in and of its own right, which every MMO is its own, unique creature. But at least 14 and WoW actually do share a lot of similarities. So if you've played one, you can probably play the other. It's just familiarity with names and concepts is really all you have to adjust. 14 story blows any MMOs out of the water. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. At least from everything I've experienced with it and from everything I've heard, right? That being said, WoW's got a good story, at least for like the original expansions. The more recent ones, I'm less sure about. I think they've done some weird stuff with the overarching storyline in WoW. They kind of got stuck in the whole shonen trope of like, okay, well, we've killed God. What do we do now? Let's go to space. Okay, what do we do now? And to be fair, I think that's where Final Fantasy XIV is right now. I think it's through its bad arc right now. It's stuck trying to figure things out as it's kind of done everything. What does it do now? WoW's already kind of been there and done that and is either retreading or just saying, screw it, we don't care. We're going to try to write the best story we can. In spite of the fact that it may have already been done or something like that. And the lag, holy crap. We're gonna try to slow fall past these assholes, and we don't. You can see I'm trying to like activate my skills, and it's just not going off nearly fast enough. There's definitely some latency here. Never played either. It happens. It does. Yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't say it's like that makes 14 a bad game. No, it's like that stuff just happens, especially with any story that you've been writing for like a decade, right? Like when your game has been around that long and you've written that much, it's gonna have some issues at that point. It's kind of like growing pains of, hey, we've kind of reached the point where we've grown beyond our like capacity. What do we do now? And it's not an easy thing. Okay, we got coagulated black blood. Dude, everything is just farmed out here. That's why this is taking so long to actually get the kills. I spend time looking for enemies that actually will count for this. Okay, there we go. That counted. Okay, now there's no latency. That's weird. We're at 89%, so the big boys give me 5%. It's the little dudes are just not really worth.
I need to get closer.
Have you done much pet battles? I have not. They're basically this game's version of Pokemon, and I haven't touched it in the slightest.
But they're so good.
%. 99%, 100%. Jesus, that was such a terrible world quest. I had to kill like 50 enemies for that. It just took forever. Looks like there's one there. Seasoned Adventurers cash from doing it. Appropriate a skiff. Wait, I can find a group for this?
You can find a blue for this.
Well, it's a special assignment. Bombs from behind?
Do all your special assignments. If it's a world quest, a special assignment, yes, do it.
Well, but do I need a group for it?
It's probably just mob killing, so it's not that bad. You can find one pretty quickly. It's the same way you did Orta. You just
Yeah.
do it.
No, I have light barrage here, so.
Oh, that's the one where you got.
Oh, what the fuck? I accidentally hit the second button, which I guess just returns me.
You went home.
So dumb.
Silly streamer. Press the
Yeah.
wrong button.
But yeah, no, there is some nice stuff in this game. I do think they've done a good job of trying to get the game back on track and get more back to WoW's roots, back when WoW was good. And there's still some nice quality of life that they've picked up along the way. Wow, that was such an easy special assignment. Why would you need a group for that? That just makes me angry. Oh wow, 1,000 gold. Sweet.
Yep.
And I guess that got Blade of the General done. Blade of the General ready for turn in. Okay. Ah, yes, because I gotta turn it into the aspirant.
As the queen.
Hey, that got me a token.
We protect you.
Oh boy, 700 more kedge. Yeah, so that's the faction stuff. I just had to do stuff in the zone basically for it. Yeah, I don't think there's like anything else I can do to get the stuff other than like keep doing my like weeklies at this point. Yep. But okay, chat. I think we're gonna end it here for tonight. Again, hope you guys enjoyed. I know WoW's not to everybody's taste, but I always appreciate the lurk and the support. But yeah, again, hopefully we get to go over Burrito Mart tomorrow, and then we'll see where we go from there. In the meantime, let me find you guys somebody to love. There's a lot of people on tonight. Let me send you guys to Miss Simon. She's playing more Black Myth Wukong. And again, I will be back tomorrow, I hope. If everything goes according to plan. I hate that I have to keep saying that, but like that is how my life has been this past like 2-3 weeks here. So hopefully I will be live for you guys again tomorrow. But again, like I said, go give Miss Simon my love. Thank you guys for being here, and I hope you guys have a good evening. Later.